John Hancock, Investment Management, Co-Chief Investment Strategist. Emily, what's going on? How are you? What's caught your interest lately? We've pointed out insurance companies have a whole different sort of a view of the world at times, because the money has to be there, doesn't it, for a lot of people?
That's true, Joe. And, today we're obviously focused on the Fed. Thank you for having me on Fed Day. And I think, pointing out some of the housing data is actually really critical to the Fed's decision. There's this sort of myopic focus on the political backdrop and the potential inflationary impact of tariffs. But there's something going on underneath the surface that markets aren't really sniffing out. And that's that we're in a period of significant disinflation. You look at the housing dynamics on the supply side. We have the most inventory since 2020. Demand is starting to slow. The NAHB survey yesterday was the weakest since 2022. Home prices fell last month for the first time since January of 2023. So we think that housing disinflation will feed into the data, and it indicates that the Fed here, because they're in wait and see mode around tariffs and they might not want to acquiesce to cutting rates here, they might actually end up behind the curve. And we might see more rate cuts than investors anticipate as we close out 2025.
In a Murphy's Law world, that makes total sense, Emily, that tariffs are front and center. We're all convinced that if it's not today, tomorrow, or next day, it's going to be next week or the month after that. And we've seen number after number, PPI, CPI, core, all these things come in. And every time we say, okay, it's only a matter of time, you're saying that there are other factors contributing to that. Would it contribute enough to where we never see it, Emily, or will it eventually? Does it offset tariffs completely?
It certainly might, Joe. And one thing that we need to think about is this is a service-based economy. It is not a goods-based economy. So we think that disinflation that's playing out might be enough to overcome the potential inflationary impacts of tariffs here. We're also seeing growth decelerating. We're watching initial claims really closely here as there's more cracks in the labor market that are forming, 247, 248. We'll see what happens at 8:30 this morning. We're not overly alarmed yet, but if we got closer to the 260 mark on initial claims, that would be a signal that growth is decelerating potentially more meaningfully than markets are sniffing out right now. So with bond yields elevated still, we would look at this as a gift to lock in the elevated income that's available to investors today.
The reason I said Murphy's Law, I guess, so you've got these brainiacs on the Fed, all the PhDs and Jay Powell, and they've all got just resumes, and they're so smart, and they hash things out, and they have two-day meetings, and they talk. And then you got President Trump, a real estate guy. You should be lowering. When does he say not to lower rates? And last time he ended up being right about it too. So being a real estate guy who thinks why not have lower rates, he could end up by saying they're late. He could end up being right again, which would be, like I said, kind of a Murphy's Law thing. Is that possible that they're too late now?
Absolutely, Joe.
Curve?
I mean,
and
yes,
you sound like you believe it. You sound like you're actually saying that.
I do think that the Fed is likely behind the curve for all the reasons that we talked about. And look, the Fed is ignoring the disinflation data the same way that markets are. The bond market is still pricing in only 1 to 2 cuts this year. To us, that doesn't make a ton of sense given these dynamics that are playing out today. So I think it's going to be really interesting. Powell has a bit of a history of sort of ending these press conferences on a dovish note. We're just going to need to see how markets react to that. Potentially, we'll start to see the dollar actually listening to the Fed as we have this meeting play out this afternoon.
Emily, how serious are your concerns about growth on the flip side, the other part of the Fed mandate? How bad is it getting, or is it going to get? We've seen some consumer numbers that are a little shaky. Is that going to be a concern to you?
Yeah, we don't think...
You like bonds, so you like it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see recession on the horizon, Joe, but we do see growth slowly decelerating. You can see it in the data. Things like, in addition to the labor market showing some cracks, again, not terrible, that is showing that the consumer is starting to push back a little bit here. We look at manufacturing and services, and we're seeing things like PMI data, which is really timely survey data, suggests that the economy is slowing. Leading economic indicators just rolled back over as some of those key measures. You look at things like the labor market data on the non-farm payrolls report, markets seem to love it last month, but in our view, it wasn't that great. It was lower quality. We saw significant revisions to prior months. The job gains are very narrow. So to us, that was a very low quality report. And again, markets really are so myopically focused on these stories around what potentially could happen. We're always looking at the math. We're always looking at the numbers. And we think there's an opportunity here to benefit from income, whether it's in high quality bonds or in dividend paying stocks. We think that's really the playbook for the remainder of 2025.
So grab the yields that are available now. Okay, Emily, thank you.
Eamon Javers is here. He's got the buzz from Washington, D.C. That's next. And later, we will talk markets, the Fed's rate expectations, and much more with Evercore's Roger Altman. Squawk Box will be right back.
Time now for today's Aflac Trivia question. Which NHL team beat the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Finals in 2023? The answer when Squawk Box returns.
Brian, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence. For over 15 years, we have upgraded AG1, adding ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
I'm into comedy. I'm also into flambanging. What I'm not into is heartburn. That's why I take Voquezna.
Here in Keenan's stomach, Voquezna can kick some acid and relieve heartburn related to non-erosive GERD.
Voquezna is the first and only FDA-approved treatment of its kind.
And it heals erosive esophagitis known as erosive GERD.
Ooh la la.
93% of adults with erosive GERD were healed by 2 months. Of those healed, 79% stayed healed. Plus, Voquezna can provide heartburn-free days and nights. Other serious stomach conditions may exist. Don't take if allergic to Voquezna or while on rilpivirine. Serious allergic reactions include trouble breathing, rash, itching, and swelling of face, lips, tongue, or throat. Serious side effects may include kidney problems, intestinal infection, fractures, life-threatening skin reactions, low B12 or magnesium levels, and stomach growths. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, medications, and if you have diarrhea, persistent stomach pain or fever, decreased or bloody urine, seizures, dizziness, irregular heartbeat, jitteriness, chills, shortness of breath, muscle aches or weakness, spasms of hands, feet, or voice.
Voquezna can help kick some acid, and so can you.
Ask your doctor about Voquezna.
With a strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts, the president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, today 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
And now the answer to today's Aflac Trivia question. Which NHL team beat the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Finals in 2023? The answer, the Vegas Golden Knights. The Panthers would win their first Stanley Cup in franchise history in 2024.
President Trump reportedly considering direct strikes against nuclear facilities in Iran. Eamon Javers joins us right here on set to talk about what is happening in Washington and what he's hearing. Eamon, good morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, good morning. Good to see you, Becky. I mean, we don't know. We're kind of in waiting and holding mode right now as we wait for President Trump to make his decision. We do know that there was this meeting in the Situation Room yesterday. We don't know what options were presented to the president yesterday in the Situation Room. And we also know that the president has been posting on social media, amping up that rhetoric against the Iranians, seeming to set the stage for U.S. involvement by using the word "we" in those social media posts about we control the airspace over Iran, linking himself to the Israeli military effort. But ultimately, we don't know what the president's going to decide. Just this morning, we're seeing we don't know. Just this morning, we've got a new statement here from the Iranian Supreme Leader, which I think is relevant. The Supreme Leader saying any American military entry will undoubtedly be met with irreparable damage. The Iranian people will firmly stand against an imposed war, just as they will stand firm against any imposed peace.
You can read that either way.
Right.
So some bluster there.
Yeah, you will be irreparably damaged. I don't know about us. I don't know about the great Satan.
And the U.S. military seems to suggest that they see Iranian movement to preset strikes against U.S. assets in the region.
They've never done it, though. They've never pushed that. They've never crossed that Rubicon, that red line. They might.
So that's the setup, right? If the United States goes in with those big bunker buster bombs, hits the nuclear facilities with B-2 bombers, does that trigger retaliation against U.S. bases throughout the region? Does that trigger regime change? You know, what is the end goal here?
What do they have left to strike back? They have a pretty, I mean, a lot of it has been obviously destroyed.
Yeah, a lot of it's been destroyed. And what we don't know really is the command and control, right? Because the Israeli decapitation attack early on in this took out a lot of the key leaders and decision makers up and down the chain of command. So how quickly can the Iranians respond? How quickly can they constitute a response of their own is sort of unknown at this point. And then the other unknown is, you know, will the United States move against the Supreme Leader himself? The president threatening to kill him on social media yesterday, saying we know where he is,
but we
can get him.
We haven't
He's
done
safe
it
for
yet.
now.
Yeah.
Right.
Where are the B-2s right now? I've heard they're in Diego Garcia. That's 3,500 miles. I've also heard that you could fly them from here. It's a 30-hour flight, and you refuel. We've got the refueling apparatus ready to go.
It's around the world. So the question is, you know, when does the president make the decision? How much lead time does he make? I don't think we fully know, right? And part of strategic deception is you don't let the other side know where your assets are.
But part of what I've been trying to figure out is why is he taking to social media to say some of these things? On the one hand, it looks like it's some form of attempted diplomacy to try and put some pressure on things, because otherwise, why in the world would you say anything? Because all you're doing is giving away the...
Why even advertise the fact that you're having a Situation Room meeting about it, right? Unless the whole point of the Situation Room meeting is to be very publicly considering this option. It is itself the saber rattling, right? The social media is itself the saber rattling.
You look at it the same way you do the negotiations with tariffs, right? And from that perspective.
Exactly. And if you're Tehran and you look at that and you say, well, what did he do on tariffs? He went maximalist and then backed way off to something just north of minimalist, right? And so if you look at this and you say, well, he's threatening to kill the Supreme Leader, but maybe he'll back off to, you know, we'll
But he said, I'll give you 60 days, and it was on the 61st day. I mean, it seems like you can glean, sometimes it's not this BSing. Sometimes I think it's, and if you tell people to leave Tehran, I mean, they are leaving Tehran. Right now, there's traffic jams to get out.
Yeah, but what does that mean, too? Because
means get out of Iran. Get out of Tehran. No, I know. But this means...
I mean, is the United States contemplating bombing, you know, a big civilian area in the center of the capital city? I mean, you know, you look at the human cost of that, the political cost of that, economic, I mean...
And what that does to the Iranian people, who we think a lot of them support us and not that
or at least don't support the regime.
Don't support the regime, but you know, to continue to have that goodwill. And that's been the difference between what the Israelis have done and what the Iranians have done to this point. The Israelis have bombed military sites. The Iranians are bombing cities,
I mean,
cities.
The lesson of the past 25 years with the Iraq War in particular is that you can't look at military action in isolation, right? You have to look at military action in the context of what are your political goals, what are your economic goals, do you have a plan for what happens after the strike, right?
And there
the
were
United States is really good at breaking stuff and having strikes.
There were no flowers being thrown toward troops in Iraq, like Rumsfeld said that they're going to.
Right.
And
we totally misjudged the political situation in Iraq. And I think anybody who says they know what the political situation is.
And that's when it got bad with the dead enders and the IED, all the horrible stuff that we.
Yeah, so you remove Saddam and you get ISIS, right? And so what is the outcome likely to be in Tehran? I don't think we really have any idea. And I don't think you can necessarily trust Iranian expats who haven't lived there in 30 years or 40 years to tell you, we have a really good fix on where things are in Tehran right now and who's going to support us and who's not. These things, I think, you have to have some humility with and realize that you can have these military strikes. The United States has enormous military power, but unless you have a very clear sense of where you're going after that,
unless it's really targeted one-time Fordo, and you just, or targeted at the nuclear program, and you just once and for all take it off the table forever.
And so that's the non-regime change option. Right? You go in, just do the nuclear facilities, and tell the Iranian regime, you can stay in power, and we're going to help you rebuild your economy if you back off this nuclear program, which we've just destroyed. So you have to be super confident that you can destroy the nuclear program, that the military option is going to work, and then confident that you can work with the regime after that, that they're not so humiliated and incensed and outraged that you can have some kind of deal. I think one indicator to watch is how the new government of Syria has been responding to this. They have stayed very, very quiet here. They don't like the Iranians because the Iranians were working with the Assad regime. This is the Syrian rebels who just overthrew the Assad regime. They're now very quiet about all this. They're not denouncing Israel, not denouncing the United States. They want to be integrated into the Western economy. And their goal is to facilitate that. So you see a situation in Syria where that is a country that is pivoting toward the West. Could you get to some outcome like that in Iran? Maybe, but there's so many ifs along the way between here and there.
Amen. Thank you.
You bet.
We don't know about that guy either. What was he, ISIS or Al-Qaeda?
He was Al-Qaeda, yeah.
Great. Coming up, economic data and a Fed decision on today's agenda. The squawk planner's next. First, I'll look at gold. Gold, you would imagine, has been pretty firm. That's a pretty nice looking chart. 3,400. Squawk Box will be right back.
Power E-Trade's award-winning trading app makes trading easier. With its customizable options chain, easy-to-use tools, and paper trading to help sharpen your skills, you can stay on top of the market from wherever you are. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools make complex trading less complicated. Custom scans help you find new trading opportunities, while an earnings tool helps you plan your trades and stay on top of the market. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
We ran a promotion cutting the price of Mint Unlimited in half, and it was so popular, we're doing it again. It's like a sequel that's actually as good as the original. Maybe better. Definitely not worse. Okay, it's exactly the same.
I can't wait to see their faces when we go out.
What seems to be the problem, soldier?
The belly's full of Greeks.
Sneaky cowards.
Innovation changes everything.
Send it back!
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
And there have been 3 chapters in the company's life. This one is the one I'm most excited about.
We make sure that club members get the access they need to make more informed decisions.
Jim Cramer gives you much more than you would ever get from any advisor. It's more than a club. It's an opportunity.
Go to cnbc.com/join Jim.
Prime Day is coming July 8th through the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next.
What's the move? Play. Bank. Buckets.
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you'll get more than you expect for breakfast.
Like buy a sausage burrito and add a sausage McMuffin for $1. Because a late-night double shift deserves an early morning deal. Get more than you expect with new McFallion.
Would I rather buy 80 expensive, annoying, tiny cartridges or use these replacement ink bottles and save up to $1,000? Don't get cartridged. Switch to the cartridge-free Epson EcoTank. Just fill it, Jay!
On today's Squawk Planner, the Fed concluding its policy meeting. We'll have an interest rate decision at 2 p.m. Eastern. Widely expected to not do anything, hold rates steady. Investors will be watching, though, the dot plot closely for any signals about changes to individual members' expectations for rates. And we'll also get some economic data, including May housing starts and the release of weekly jobless claims a day early because of the holiday tomorrow for Juneteenth. It's a market holiday.
All right, when we come back, retired four-star Army General Wesley Clark will join us on the U.S. military strategy in the Middle East. Let's check out crude prices right now. You'll see that this morning things have pulled back a bit after very sharp gains yesterday. If you're looking over the last week, WTI is up by 10%, similar gains for Brent. But again, slightly lower this morning after gains once again yesterday. Squawk Box will be right back.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
What if the future of finance wasn't built around averages, but around you? At Abacus Global Management, we're reframing the very nature of financial planning around the most personal data point possible, your lifespan. Because Abacus is the originator, the market maker. We're not just participating in the space, we're reshaping it. As a technology-driven asset manager, we're empowering our investors with an integrated system to take command of what matters most. Your time, your future, your financial destiny. While legacy firms cling to static models and outdated assumptions, we move forward with precision, agility, and a vision rooted in reality, your reality. This isn't finance as usual. This is control in the hands of those who dare to lead. This is a new era of investing built on the truth of your life. Welcome to Abacus Global Management.
ZipRecruiter finds qualified candidates for me. I can't believe how I used to do it before. None of these candidates are qualified. This guy was a cat influencer. Now I'm getting people who are the best fit for my roles.
ZipRecruiter. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
I was so excited to buy my first home, but I needed a lot of work done on it. I went on to Angie. Jamie was the first person to call.
I explained to her some of the things I could do and showed her some pictures.
He's resurfaced my flooring. He's done plumbing work. He's refinished this beautiful table here.
We just had to sand it for a week.
Well, we didn't. He did.
With top-rated pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
With a strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts, the president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, today 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Reports say President Trump is considering a potential U.S. military strike on Iran after he posted yesterday demanding Iran's unconditional surrender. Joining us right now is retired 4-star Army General Wesley Clark, who served as NATO's Supreme Allied Commander for Europe. He's the chairman and CEO of Wesley K. Clark, an associates consulting firm. And sir, thank you for being with us today. General Clark, how do you read all of the signs that we've all been trying to get our arms around and figure out what's happening here?
Well, I think it's not so much a matter of reading the signs. It's a matter of trying to think through the right way to do this. As your previous panel pointed out, we've had numerous failures in this before. So I think you can't get mesmerized by looking at aircraft and sorties and what happens if a pilot gets shot down and all the military details. I know they're fascinating to the public. The issue is, what's the end state and how do you get there? So it seems to me we're approaching a period of maximum diplomatic leverage. Hopefully that behind the scenes, someone is applying that leverage against the Iranians in direct conversations that are not public. We did this in Kosovo. We bombed for about 3 weeks. We then started the negotiations. It took another 4 weeks. Israel's got the momentum. Israel's going to be able to use hard bombs and not missiles, so they got plenty of ordnance on it. And you've got to keep the option of the U.S. strike alive. To do that, Israel has to shift from the nuclear to working against the Iranian deterrent forces that would strike the United States or block the Strait of Hormuz. So it's time to go after the short-range missiles, those boats that the Iranian Navy uses, where the mines are stored before they're released. Take all that out. We know where it is. Maybe the Israelis do too. We can certainly share that intelligence. And as we ramp up that pressure, we have behind-the-scenes dialogue, and it's like a live and let live. You open up, you say to the Iranians, you open up all your nuclear facilities. You're going to lose them all. You're going to take them all out. We won't change the regime. That's up to you. If you need energy, we'll be happy to supply you our nuclear reactors. You pay for them with your gas and oil, and you work with us. It would be a feasible way to go in, and I would strongly encourage the administration not to simply go in and use a couple of B-2s and try to bomb that big plant that's deep underground. That's not going to get us where we want to be. You've got to think about this thing from working backwards planning. What's the desired end state? If you've got an alternative government and you can really get regime change, and you're pretty sure that government is going to give up all the nuclear secrets and work with the West and its neighbors, great. I don't think there's that plan in place. I don't think those people are in place. We do have a pro-Western population in much of Iran. That's a good asset for us. The regime is weak, but I would certainly be working two paths parallel. The military path to take out their ability to retaliate if and when we do intervene, and that's the targets along the Gulf. And second, the diplomatic path to try to work some kind of a live and let live in which they renounce their hatred of Israel and the United States, and in return we say,
Order filled.
Your supreme leader.
I think that certainly sounds like a good idealistic place to begin, but how likely do you think it is that this regime would not only give up its nuclear ambitions, but also change its entire code that it's had to this point with, death to Israel, death to the United States?
Depends on how desperate they really are. And obviously, they're not desperate enough yet. So, but look, the momentum is on Israel's side.
Order canceled.
And,
Order submitted.
They've got to keep this campaign going. You can't expect you're going to get an easy end result. When we went after Serbia in 1999, many of my European friends are saying, well, I'm sure they're going to surrender after a day or two, right? Because of NATO. But they didn't. They hung in there. They hung in there. And it was tough for them to give up on Kosovo. This is a much tougher proposition. There's got to be a more pain inflicted by the Israeli strikes, and they've got to recognize there is no way out for the regime, and then they will adopt something like a live or let live as a last choice. If they want martyrdom regime, they'll get it.
A live or let live scenario. Look, it's been pointed out that when Gaddafi did that in Libya in 2003 and was later taken out, that is the fear of any regime after that situation. To say, you said that if we gave up our nukes, we could stay.
And there were a lot of us at the time who said, you're making a big mistake because he's given up everything. We couldn't stop the hawks from wanting to go in and just get rid of Gaddafi. It was all part of the neocon plan, really, from the late 1990s. So you're going to get rid of all these regimes, the Syrians, the Libyans, the Sudanese, the Somalis, and finally Iran. It's been 20 years of this. We've made a mess out of the Middle East in many respects. We've created a huge wave of immigrants, and we may still need to go after
Order
Iran.
filled.
Order filled.
Order
allow
submitted.
them to have a nuclear weapon. And that has to be the unanimous opinion of Democrats and Republicans. They can't be looking to say, well, maybe these Democrats are going to say, no, it's too tough. No, we need to be tough. But there needs to be two parallel tracks, a military track and a diplomatic track.
It sounds like, I mean, just based on what we've been seeing, potentially that's the case. You think that's what we're doing at this point, those two tracks?
Well, I think there's an effort in that direction, but I'm not sure that we have really established where we're going with the diplomatic track. I do think the president's wise not to have said anything yesterday after the National Security Council meeting. Hold another one on Sunday after the golf game, and keep the pressure on, and keep putting out a few tweets on this. But you've got to actually have serious negotiations behind the scene. Can Steve Witkoff do it? I don't know, but maybe you pair him up with Wendy
Order
Sherman,
submitted.
who did the agreement and knows the Iranians and knows some of these people. Put the two of them together.
Order filled.
And let them go in there and root around. But start with a statement of principles. Give up on your aggressive plans in the region. You're not going to be a regional hegemon.
Order canceled.
Give up on the nuclear. Open up everything. And if you need nuclear energy, fine, you can buy it from us. Those are the sort of four foundational principles that they should be working on. Of course, that leaves adrift all of their terrorists and the Houthis and so forth. Yeah, and that's the whole idea. Cut those people off. Let them come to their own agreements and accommodations with us.
We definitely need two tracks, because that sounds like a pipe dream, and I don't know, Wendy Sherman would get more of what we already got. I don't know.
It's no pipe dream, okay? I did this with the help of everybody else in NATO. This is the way it has to go.
They would have to fundamentally change. It's like a tiger changing its stripes for them to no longer. They hate Israel more than life itself. And if it could happen, fine. But once they agree to something, they a lot of times there's dissembling and they're duplicitous and no, you can't go in. I mean, we've seen that movie. We've seen that movie before. What about a targeted strike that takes out?
What's to lose by trying it? You don't give anything.
We've been trying for 49 years or whatever it's been.
Go ahead and try it. What's to lose?
Right.
You're going to do the military piece anyway. But if you shut your mind to the diplomatic piece, you got a nation of 91 million people. And what are you going to do when it's over? You just talked about the problem of Iraq in 2003. You know what's happened in Libya. Can we learn a lesson from this or not?
Well, we're still not talking necessarily about regime change. We're still not talking about regime change. We're talking about most of the people that we've had on that are promoting the Fordo strike are saying that the president does that, the United States does that, and says, I'm satisfied. And then you go from there with the diplomacy.
I don't think it's wise to go into war without knowing how it's going to end. Now, you may think that's a smart way to do it. You wouldn't do it in a business.
The war's already going on. It's not us.
In a military operation.
Right. The war, as you know, the war's already going on. We're not part of it at this point directly, but that's already happened.
Well, we are part of it. We're certainly considered part of it by the Iranians. We have maximum diplomatic leverage, and you absolutely have to know where you're going in something like this. You don't just take one step forward and say, now let's look around. We're a little bit deeper in this. Now what? That's what Rumsfeld did in Iraq. And how did that work out? We did this in Libya with Obama. How did that work out? So let's get our our policy and strategy in place. The president's in an ideal position right now to do it.
But it sounds like you're saying two tracks, but you're not even saying you're threatening with the military track, but you don't really intend on using it. You're saying that's not really a viable option. That's the only reason.
You have to intend to use it. Absolutely.
Well, you just are giving me 1,000 reasons why we can't.
No, I haven't. I've told you the two tracks. I've told you it's preferable if you don't have to use it, but you have to be prepared to use it. Absolutely.
General Clark, want to thank you. Oh, go ahead, sir.
This is too subtle. If this is too subtle, then that's our problem in America. We see things in black and white terms. It's not the way to handle the power that we have. This is a defining moment for America's 21st century. Can we see this in multiple dimensions, or are we simply like a light switch? We're either in or we're out. Either kill them or don't. It's not that simple. And we need to really look at this in a two-track solution. Keep that military option on. Be ready to use it. Let the Israelis go further. But if there's a way to salvage this without, if you can put the restraints on the Iranian regime, if they comply, then you keep the military option until you get the agreement. It may take several weeks. It may take a lot of pressure. It may take even Russia going in there to convince them. But isn't it better to have a diplomatic solution that defangs this regime entirely than it is to stir up 91 million people and have another wave of refugees and chaos in the region? That's up for the Trump administration to decide. I hope the president makes the right decision.
General Clark, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Right. Coming up, Amazon CEO Andy Jassy warning that efficiency gains from AI will lead to a smaller corporate workforce over time. Former presidential candidate Andrew Yang has long been sounding the alarm that AI is rapidly changing the economy. He'll join us after the break.
Oh, so you corporate types think you're rock stars?
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types. Let's begin.
Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles.
So what'd you do this weekend?
The huge.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
What are we doing?
Just clap.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog
Order
food is.
filled.
Order filled.
At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. We have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat, the right amount of nutrients being added.
But it's real food.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that.
Insurify. At Insurify, we make it easy to cut your car insurance bill in half. Half? How? Just go to Insurify.com and compare dozens of quotes in a few clicks. We cut out the middleman so you can cut your bill in half. Go to Insurify.com and save up to 50% on your car insurance.
At AG1, one of our values is the continuous pursuit of excellence. For over 15 years, we have upgraded AG1, adding ingredients that the research said would support nutrient gaps and gut health. It's time for the next generation of AG1. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by multiple gold standard clinical trials. Our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
Franklin Templeton ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market, helping advisors build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Welcome to Red Rock, people. Worth every blister. How about these beautiful rocks?
Nature is awesome.
I'll never leave it! That's what we came for.
What is that musty smell?
Oh, damp.
Damn. Oh, damn.
Hey, language.
Damprid traps excess moisture to eliminate musty smells. Get rid of the damp with Damprid.
All right, coming up, former presidential candidate adding on the potential changes to the global economy from the rapid rise of artificial intelligence. We'll have that conversation next. Squawk Box will be right back.
Future of healthcare, one where care is more personalized, more accessible, and much lower cost. This IPO is an important moment, but it is still just the beginning of our story.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
The stock market is in chaos, and you need to take action now. My name is Mark Chaikin. I got my broker's license in 1966. I've invested through 9 recessions, several massive market panics, and many bull markets. Today I have a warning. During volatile market moves like the one we're in now, most people freeze up. They just hope everything will get magically better, and it's a recipe for disaster. You need a big picture plan, and you need to take specific actions starting today. My new briefing lays out what we expect to happen in the markets this year and in 2026 as well. This research is based on the market cycle that helped me call the bear markets of 2018 and 2022 and the roaring bull markets in both 2023 and 2024. Visit the website on your screen to see my detailed briefing in full.
This thing is so good for your gut health.
I used to have a collagen, I used to have probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking it.
This is Jess, Peloton instructor, educator, game changer. She needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smartly Checking and Savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money. Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. You got this, Jess.
We got this.
That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us.
We need samples from living dinosaurs.
That's kind of our specialty.
Let's go!
Jurassic World, rated PG-13.
Amazon CEO Andy Jassy says artificial intelligence will lead to a reduction of its corporate workforce eventually over the next few years. He wrote in a memo to employees that they should figure out, in his words, how to get more done with scrappier teams. That's nice. Joining us now, former Democratic presidential candidate Andrew Yang. It's a daunting future we have, Mr. Yang, obviously, and you've been. I was at was it a book party that I attended for you?
A book event.
6 years ago, talking about this on the horizon and the need for maybe even back then universal basic income. I guess at this point you're thinking, wow, it's accelerating faster than you even thought.
Yeah, it's here even faster than I'd imagined back in 2019 and 2020. And I talked to CEOs who are replacing thousands of customer service workers with AI, entire design departments, even coders are being supplanted. And Becky and I were just talking about how we used to tell our kids, hey, if you major in computer science, you'll be good to go. And now those graduates are having a hard time finding jobs. It's starting to appear in the numbers for recent college graduates and entry-level white-collar work.
If you're a science fiction believer, I was going to ask you whether the whole Luddite chorus that we've heard for 150 years, that it's never actually it's always been better technology long term. Maybe not always, but many times even more jobs are created from the technologies that's being displaced, whether it's internal combustion engines or whatever you want to look at. You would argue this time is different with AI, and then it's not. I mean, then if you, like I said, science fiction, not just displacing us from work, but maybe just displacing us altogether 100 years from now.
Yeah, well, we have to take a lot of those science fiction style scenarios very seriously, Joe, in my opinion. And the most common job in 29 states is still being a truck driver. You have robot trucks now filling the highways.
They'll be gone.
Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, said, look, we're going to automate away a lot of the entry-level white-collar jobs. And he's right, because I talked to executives at these companies who are doing exactly what Andy Jassy is talking about on Amazon, looking around saying, hey, guys, instead of hiring a bunch of 22-year-olds, maybe we should have AI do that work. So I fear for the next generation, because all of the experience that maybe we got in our 20s and 30s, there might not be that kind of ladder available to them.
Look, Andy Jassy said that he wants employees to kind of take advantage and learn how to use AI, learn how to do their jobs better, maybe make things easier. Maybe it takes care of some of the grunt level work you don't like doing, but it allows you to have more space and room to do things creatively. Should we be afraid of that?
Well, what this means in real life, Becky, is you have a department of 6 people, let's say coders or designers, and then you end up eliminating 4 or 5 of them, and then there's one designer coder empowered by AI. So there's going to be a beneficiary in the organization, but you're just not going to need as many people in that department, and that's going to play out over and over again.
Pope had some interesting things, and he's getting involved. Last Pope was, big on climate change. This might be important. And he says the worlds of science and politics need to immediately tackle this problem without allowing scientific progress to advance with arrogance, harming those who have to submit to power. And he's going to host a lot of people. But right now it's just breakneck. There's no governors on what's happening whatsoever.
I mean, if you think about the incentives of the individual firm, it's just to go as fast as possible, because there's like a bit of an arms race in terms of compute.
Literally.
And the data and the model, literally. And then they'll look up and say, our competitor is China, so I got to go. The question is, what happens to people? And I'm someone who, look, I'm not anti-progress, anti-innovation. I think all that stuff is very positive, but you have to be clear-eyed about the impact on people, on organizations, on workers. And in my estimation, this 4th Industrial Revolution is the most dramatic thing that's happened to our society in history. AI might be the most radical breakthrough in human history, and so we have to think much bigger.
That allows more spare time, that allows people to, we become so rich from AI that maybe you can do UBI, and not everyone has to work 5 days. You gave me a thumbs up. Is that the answer for you?
To me, that is the answer. The question is, how do we get from point A to point B? Because right now, the beneficiaries of AI are going to be a small handful of firms, and then the average 22-year-old or truck driver or whatnot is going to be just looking around saying, where did my job go? And they're not going to be experiencing that kind of value. That, to me, is what government and politics are for. That's what got me into the Democratic race in 2020. Unfortunately, right now, our political class is very far away from these problems, and one of our goals should be to try and bring them together, the way the Pope's describing.
All right, so what do you think of the, I don't know if you call it a rider, but the initiative that's trying to be pushed into the budget bill, the one big beautiful bill right now that has made it through the House version? We don't know what's going to happen with the Senate entirely because of the Byrd rules and others, but it's a move to say state attorney generals, other states have no way of setting any rules or guidelines or laws around AI, that it should be only allowed at a federal level. By the way, there are backers, a lot of the big AI names that are backing and kind of lobbying for that.
Oh, certainly if you're an AI company, the last thing you want is a hodgepodge of state rules that you then have to navigate or run afoul of. And a lot of these fronts, including social media, by the way, what you see is you see a federal hands-off approach, and then the states at some point step up and say, you know what, I don't love this treatment of customer data. They're trying to avoid that in AI. If you're going to have that, then you would need a buttoned-up, sensible approach from the federal government.
Guidelines before you.
Yes, exactly. But the incentives for the corporates will be, let us do whatever we want. And then even for the individual legislators, it'll be like, oh, do I want to mess with the AI guys? Not really. So you're going to end up with a Wild West approach.
What do you hear? You say that you talk to CEOs who are talking about all the people they're getting rid of, jobs that they're replacing with AI. What do you say to them? What's your approach to say, hey, this may not be great in the long term?
I say come clean. I say just, and by the way, Andy Jassy making those public statements, Dario Amodei making those public statements, they're signaling to us, guys, we are going to be getting rid of a lot of workers. We're going to get leaner and meaner. So please, please, if you're in government, do something about it, because their responsibility is not society-wide. Their responsibility is just to make their organization successful. And those interests are going to diverge from the average workers pretty sharply. It used to be when you guys saw a company increase headcount, you'd say, okay, good, they're growing, they're healthy. Increasingly, headcount is going to be a bad sign. And you're going to look at them and say, wait a minute, what are you guys doing wrong?
It's always been the case on Wall Street, though. I think back 20 years and even longer than that, where you talk about on the floor how they're laying people off.
They do, yeah. There's a bump when there's a cutback in workers, but you can take that and dial it up to 11.
Just wondering what's going to get us first. Physics because of nuclear oblivion, biotechnology because of something that escapes a lab that's much worse than COVID, or AI. So it's like pick your poison.
All the sciences.
Yeah.
Maybe
but we don't, as we're developing these things, we never take a step back and say, is this going to work? They tried with biotechnology, too. There were a lot of governing bodies that said, hold on.
Nuclear for a while.
And tried with nuclear. But we're not even trying with AI.
That is the case I'd make, Joe, is we can do better than this. We should ask and demand more from our leaders. And if you look at the numbers, since I like looking at polls and whatnot, 90% of Americans want a different approach to AI than what they're getting.
Forward is your party, Forward Party?
Yes.
Is that like leaning forward, like MSNBC, or what is?
The genesis was it's not left or right, it's forward, and that's where most people
I think that's what they were saying at the time.
But I mean, heck, I didn't know there was a CNBC tie-in.
No, MSNBC.
Oh, MSNBC.
They were saying lean forward, don't lean left or right. Good to have you on. And now, I don't know. We may drop a bomb on Ford. There's all these things happening right now. The world is a scary place.
And by the way, do you talk to leaders in Washington about these things and ask what they think on some of these? Like the idea that, okay, it's all right to have a federal moratorium on other regulatory oversight coming from the states or other jurisdictions, but where is our national policy?
Yeah, and there are individual senators and lawmakers who agree with me that there should be guardrails, but there's not a consensus approach.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, it is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan. Let's get a check on the futures this morning. It's been a mixed picture through the morning. Right now, you actually have all three of the averages in positive territory. That's been a turn from 2 hours ago. Dow futures up by 26, the S&P futures up by 7, the NASDAQ up by 42. Treasury yields have been weaker ahead of that Fed meeting today, where we'll hear what they have to say about what's been out there. Right now, the 10-year's at 437. Let's get some more on the markets with Mike Santoli. He's standing by at the New York Stock Exchange. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Yeah, so the indexes did waver yesterday, but I think it's probably relevant, at least in the short term. The S&P 500 didn't quite go back to Friday's low. WTI crude didn't quite get to Friday's high. So you're sort of staying within that range of the initial market reflex response to the Israel-Iran conflict. Now, even before that, this is a 1 year of the S&P 500 index fund. You've kind of decelerated and slowed down and traded in these narrow ranges even before this. So absent the Iran story, you might also have had an excuse for the market to kind of back off, flatten out, chop around. And that's where we're in right now. There has been a loss of momentum. It's narrowed out a little bit. So we'll see how that plays through with the Fed meeting. Take a look here at home builders, the home builders ETF. This is a longer term 5-year because it has gone down to this sort of interesting, threshold level. Obviously, a lot more existing supply. Lennar earnings yesterday not very well received, having to use a lot of incentives, not getting help on mortgage rates. It's also unclear what the Fed might do if they even were to ease short-term rates, how that would work, any magic on the long end. So a little bit stuck here, and that obviously is one of those things that is a potential restraint or drag on overall economic growth, even though broad numbers still are hanging in there. Take a look at the volatility index. This, again, we barely came shy of Friday's high in the VIX, but we are around that 21 level. It's sort of on alert, but not particularly stressed is the way I would put it, not too far above the long-term average and certainly below panic levels. But today you got some VIX futures and such expiring. Sometimes that allows the market after that to kind of widen out its ranges, guys.
Mike, I think the big question about what would be a surprise, if anything, it's hard to imagine a surprise coming out of this at this point.
Of the Fed or of...
Yeah, of the Fed.
Yeah, I don't think an explicit surprise in terms of a policy shift is what we would, have any real reason to expect. I guess, there's a way the market could interpret kind of a steady, more of the same message as net hawkish, given the fact that the economic surprise index has gone negative and you've had a couple of softer inflation prints. So maybe something like that. It's much more going to be about the nuance of the outlook, where the dots are, what the consensus on the committee is saying about how their policy, how restrictive it is right now, and how it might have to change. Really, it's about, is it going to give any opening for July, late July, the next meeting, to be live?
Okay. Mike, thank you. When we come back, one of Israel's top experts on Iran. She's a former Mossad analyst and once headed the Iran desk in the Prime Minister's office. We'll have that conversation next. Squawk Box will be right back.
Just smile of luck.
Woo-hoo. Did somebody say Luck? Lady Luck is my name, and making business better is my game. Looks like you got some inventory issues. Let's go. Oh, you got Clover.
Yep. All we have to do is scan, and Clover tracks and reports everything.
Well, I guess you won't be needing my luck then, huh? Ooh, but I do need that.
Ooh, I really got to try more green.
Oh, now we're talking. With Clover, the world's smartest point-of-sale system. Create your own luck.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience and get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be?
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can unplug for the day or plunge into a long weekend. Savor the moment or savor the details. Earn points for free nights with IHG One Rewards.
With a strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts, the president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, today 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Coming July 8th through the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next.
Bust the move.
There you go, King.
Huh. Next.
Hassle of maintaining it.
I just take the leaf blower and blow the leaves off of it. It's fantastic.
We have a sectional out there, and we'll sit out there with a glass of wine. We feel like we're in heaven.
President Trump reportedly weighing military action in Iran. Iran has said it will hit back against U.S. bases. Overnight, that country launching dozens of drone strikes inside of Israel. And Israel's Air Force bombed several targets in Iran. Seema Shine is an Israeli expert on Iran, a former Mossad analyst and former head of the Iran desk at Israel's National Security Council. She's now with the think tank Institute for National Security Studies, and it's good to see you, Seema. Can you just map out what would be your perfect outcome for starting right now for where we are? What would be a perfect outcome for you that we should hope for in this conflict?
Well, the main object of this war, as was also expressed by the Prime Minister, was to destroy the Iranian nuclear program since Iran didn't want to give up in 5 rounds of talks with the Trump administration to give up its enrichment, Israel on the 61 day, 1 day after the ultimatum of President Trump, decided to do it through military means. So therefore, the ideal outcome should be Iran with no nuclear program, with no capability. Let me put the emphasis on what is important: with no capability to break out to a nuclear device.
Is that we've been talking about it all morning and in some heated discussions, and obviously there are those that really want America to stay out of foreign conflicts because of the recent past that we've seen, and arguing for diplomatic solutions. Is it possible to have the perfect diplomatic solution with Iran? Do we need to try this at least one more time to do compliance and where we get to go in and send inspectors in, and they promise not to develop it, and we can monitor it and trust what they say. If we tried that, should we try it one more time, or have we learned our lesson yet?
You see, the problem is that the diplomatic venue has already been exercised, and nothing has come out of it. Now, the reason nothing has come out, it should be mentioned, the gap between the demand of the American position to have a zero enrichment in Iran could not be accepted by the Iranians, and they were willing to negotiate and to have a new agreement. But they wanted to have, one, the legitimacy to continue and enrich, and two, to really do it. They were willing to do it on a low level, not in a high level, but the demand to completely dismantle the program and not have any enrichment was not accepted, and this was my evaluation from the first day of the negotiations. Iran, if there is something that we can say that in the last 3 decades, as well as it was in the JCPOA in 2015, the right to enrich and enriching, not only to enrich the right, but also to exercise the right, was the fundamental basis demand of Iran. And I was sure from the beginning that if this demand will be from the US, there will be no agreement. So the question that you are asking is an important question, because at the end of any war, we need a political solution. And the question is, what kind of a political solution we can have now? And you mentioned at the beginning, the Khamenei came out today for the first appearance on TV and said it very, very simple: we will not abandon and we will not surrender. And he used the word that President Trump used yesterday: surrender. So Iran said, and I believe them, they are not going to surrender. They are willing to take upon themselves all the prices that they are already paying, and they would pay, but they will not surrender.
And if it's even low-level enrichment, is that for nuclear power, or is the eventual end to all these efforts is to eventually be to have a nuclear bomb? And if everyone says that can't possibly ever happen,
order submitted,
then it just seems like diplomatic efforts are just, they're just delaying, and we'll be talking about this again in 3 or 4 years.
So first of all, the aim of Iran is to be, first of all, a threshold nuclear state, and to be in a situation where it's only a political decision to break out to a nuclear device. They were, before this war, they were in this position. A threshold state, according to the reports of the IAEA, they were a threshold nuclear state, and it was only a political decision. They say they will not go for nuclear devices, but they say they can say something different in another time. We know from the intelligence and from what the Mossad has brought in 2018, a part of the Iranian nuclear archive, that the directive of the leader was for 5 devices. That was correct to 2003-4. So we are 20 years later, and there is no reason to believe that they don't want to have a nuclear device, many nuclear devices. So the problem is that we cannot allow Iran to have the capability to make this decision. And this is the problem with low enrichment. Low enrichment in itself does not bring them to a nuclear device. But once they know how to reach to 90%, they can do it.
Very good. Seema Shine, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Seema is with the think tank Institute for National Security Studies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, private jet demand is sky high, but there's one area of the world where people are opting to stay home. Robert Frank has that story next. We'll have the numbers and the market reaction coming up, too.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com, and in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable, so we sold ours.
And for more than we expected.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Selling your life insurance policy can be a safe, smart choice for many seniors. Don't sell or lapse your policy before going to abacuspays.com or calling 1-800-900-PAYS to learn what the fair market value of your policy might be. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff. But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one. Walton Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, every week you learn something new, and you can immediately just jump right in and use those skills. Because of my degree from UMGC, I feel confident. I have the background when I walk into any room.
CNBC. Live ambitiously. Never miss a moment.
The reconciliation bill will not only give certainty to the markets about the extension of the current tax regime that exists, but it also adds new stimulus.
I would expect inflation on a year-over-year basis this year to shoot up to at least 3% or slightly over because of the tariffs.
People's anticipation is like things are going to get worse, but they haven't gotten worse.
Private jet travel has remained strong, but a new trend has emerged from Europe. Robert Frank joins us right now with more. Hi, Robert.
Good morning, Becky. Good to see you both. Well, air travel may be slowing for the commercial airlines, but demand for private jets still remains quite strong. The president of NetJets, Patrick Gallagher, telling me that he sees, quote, no signs of a slowdown among the company's 13,600 owners and more than 1,000 planes. Now, flights to Europe are very hot this summer, along with flights within Europe by Americans, but NetJets is seeing a slowdown in Europeans coming to the U.S. So wealthy Europeans really holding back, not coming to the U.S. as much as they used to. Now, the big change in the flight patterns of the wealthy is the rise of the Sun Belt. Teterboro is still, of course, the top private jet airport in the country, but West Palm Beach is now number 2, and that replaces White Plains. L.A. has seen a big drop-off as well.
We've seen less seasonality in places like Palm Beach and Naples, Florida, or Scottsdale, which are becoming very busy year-round, right? You see less of that up and down demand. We've seen increases in places like Austin, Texas, Nashville, Columbus, Ohio.
And another big boost to the private jet business will be that bonus depreciation. That's the tax treatment that allows buyers of jets and, of course, NetJet shares to write off the full value of their plane immediately after purchase. Both the House and the Senate bills included bonus depreciation, so that's likely to pass. Now, for the full interview with NetJet's president, you can check out the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth and cnbc.com/insidewealth, and you can find out what the favorite food choice is among private jet flyers today, and it is surprising. It's not caviar. It's not
fried chicken.
McNuggets?
Nope. You'll have to read the
Taco
article.
Bell.
I was Taco Bell.
The increase in the Sun Belt, that's over the last year, over the last 5 years?
Since COVID. And again, these were markets that always had a lot of rich people, but it was like they'd be there for 3 months a year. This is all year round. West Palm is the second busiest jet port in the country.
So you told me I can write, if I buy a jet, I can write it off immediately?
In the first year. Well, now there's a schedule.
Well, that's a game changer.
100%.
Not.
Still can't do it, huh?
I don't know. What kind of jet?
And they flew.
They got any jets with pedals?
They flew 25,000 pets last year as well.
They did.
Wow.
Yeah,
that is one good thing about
travel for
train your dogs.
Yeah.
Robert, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Up next, breaking economic news. We'll try to fix it. And then jobless claims and housing starts data will also be released. The futures ahead of those numbers. Now we're up. We'll be right back.
Inside Wealth is sponsored by Corient, wealth management centered around you.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
The number of public companies is shrinking, while the number of private companies is increasing. At Franklin Templeton, we're expanding access to the growing opportunity in private markets, offering the potential for greater diversification and enhanced returns. Through our world-class specialist investment managers, we are empowering advisors with solutions to build the portfolios of the future today. Alternatives by Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Golf, it's always bigger in Texas.
A remarkable round of golf. You are kidding me. Absolutely stunning.
Man, this is amazing.
It's awesome.
It's a party out here.
Live is lit. Crushers start the party here in Dallas.
Where do you go to a golf tournament and get an amazing concert? Nowhere but Live Golf.
Get your tickets to Live Golf Dallas.
Fire it up.
The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here at BK. Bold, juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame at Burger King. How to Train Your Dragon, only in theaters.
Introducing Old Navy Active. New styles, new colors, new stretch, new feels.
no move.
Jobless claims and housing starts data going to hit the wires right now in about 2 seconds. Rick Santelli standing by at the CME in Chicago. Hey, Rick.
Hi, good morning, Joe. Yes, housing starts for the month of May expected 1,350,000 seasonally adjusted. Annualized units comes in light, extremely light. 1,256,000. That is definitely well below what we were expecting, and that would be the lightest going back, well, quite a ways. We're going back to, wow, 1256. We're going all the way back to May of 2020. May of 2020 to find a smaller number. And on the permit side, well, the permit side's on the light side as well, but not nearly to the extent of housing starts. Expecting a number on 1,420,000-ish. We end up with 1,393,000, so a bit under 1.4 million. And indeed, that would be the lightest going back to June of 2020. So these numbers are light. And there's a lot of stories to be told here. First of all, the difference, of course, between single family and multi-family. But on single family in particular, on the start side, we should have expected a weak number. Home builders, their inventory of new single family homes has been going up, up, up. And there's been a lot of warnings in terms of how that glut may be affected, of course. And on the jobless front, well, initial jobless claims coming in at 245,000, spot on with expectations. And it would have been 3,000 less than our last look, but it was revised from 248 to 250,000, which puts it back down 5,000. And it is, once again, comping to the last time we were over 250,000. You are going to the first week in October when we were whisker under 260,000. But this has been building. As a matter of fact, if we look at initial claims right now, this would be the third week in a row it's been somewhat elevated and just a knock below 250,000, big psychological area. The counterpoint to that is, if you look at the last 3 or 4 years on a chart, it really is pretty darn sideways. On continuing claims, once again, above 1.9 million, 1,945,000. That now becomes the fourth consecutive read over 1.9 million. These are comping to November of 2021. We see that interest rates, well, coming into this number, we're at 435. We're maybe a basis point or two higher in a 10. We're basically unchanged, down 3 basis points in a 2-year at 393. Maybe the big story in interest rates, obviously on the second day of a Fed meeting, is the Fed. And I will say that my own personal preference, I have no problem for higher for longer, but I would like to put a caveat out there. The Fed really doesn't seem to want to ease. If they wanted to, they could find reasons to. They could find reasons not to ease. In terms of tariffs, there's few precedents, and some of the theorizing that some Fed officials have about how the ongoing discussion of tariffs without any definitive information on tariffs might be changing expectations.
Order filled.
I don't know.
Order
I just
submitted.
don't see how that logic could really hold up to major scrutiny. But nonetheless, they're the Fed. They can do as they want. And as I said, they can defend either side of the goalpost with regard to either easing or not easing, in my opinion. Joe, back to you.
And Rick is listening, or Steve's listening. Rick, we had Emily Rowland on Hancock. I don't know whether you think about whether there's some merit to this argument. She says we're in a disinflationary, except for the tariffs, we're in a disinflationary period in terms of real estate, housing, and the service sector. And she even thinks it could offset whatever tariff inflation is in the pipeline to the point where she thinks, I know you disagree with whether the Fed should cut. She thinks that the Fed likely is behind the curve in cutting.
No, hey, listen, I have no problem with that argument. I think what you're telling me she said makes perfect sense. It's very, very logical. On the other side of the coin, I see that what's the handle on the Dow Jones Industrial Average? 42,000. There's a lot of issues on the other side that augur for being a bit patient, but I will say that this particular Fed definitely seems to be much more concerned about inflation now that it seems to be moderating than it was when it was really sticky during the last administration, in my opinion.
All right, Steve Leisman, aforementioned, and Diana Olick join us now I'm going to go with you, Diana, first, just trying to be, I guess, gentlemanly. And it didn't tell me who to go to first. Let's start with you, Diana.
Okay, Joe, thank you. I want to do what Rick was talking about, which is break out the multifamily and the single family in this housing starts, because that's what's really driving that headline number, that big drop. We saw multifamily month to month come down over 30%. This number is always very volatile, but remember, we've seen a record number of multifamily deliveries over the last couple of years, so we know that the multifamily development market is really cooling off, and that's why you see the drop, though still up 5% year over year. In single family, which obviously we're focused on a lot now, it was basically flat month to month, down over 7% year over year. That should come as no surprise. We saw mortgage rates hit over 7% in May. We saw builder sentiment drop significantly yesterday in that report. And we've also seen reports from quarterly earnings on Lennar, where they talk about how there's very weak demand right now because of affordability, because of uncertainty, tariffs, et cetera. But also what's interesting are these building permit, which is, of course, an indication of future construction. And single family is down sharply both month to month, year over year. Multifamily, though, taking a slight bump up. And that's interesting because we have started to see rents move a little bit higher in multifamily. All that new supply coming in, but there's such strong demand for rental apartments right now. Why? Because people are not buying homes. They're also staying in their apartments longer. And that's why you're starting to see developers say, hey, wait a minute. Yes, we put all this into the pipeline. It was all delivered, but we're still undersupplied and we need to start building again. So multifamily permits were up pretty strongly, up 13% year over year. So that tells you where the market is right now, which is very weak on the single family side, and multifamily is starting to say, okay, maybe we should be putting in more, even though we had this record supply. And mortgage rates, you know, where are they going? They've been really hovering between 6.8 and 7% for the last 2 months or so. And we've seen mortgage demand. We saw in the applications this morning that mortgage applications to buy a home were still lower, despite the fact that week to week rates did move a little bit lower. Still, buyers are just not getting off the fence in this. Again, uncertainty and affordability, you just can't say it enough. Back to you guys.
All right, Diana, thank you. Now we'll go to Steve. And Steve, you know, a lot of the tariffs are paused. Is it possible that Emily's right, that the overall disinflationary environment mutes the effect so that we don't see it? I'm counting on it next month. You told me definitely next month. I'm counting on it. And is it possible, or is another one of those times where we're scratching our head, say what is happening?
I don't know that the tariffs are paused, Joe. I think we pretty much have a 10% at least across the board tariff. The president has a 50% tariff on steel and aluminum. Right. I think there are still tariffs on...
The worst is yet to come.
The worst is yet to come. But right. As Joel Naroff said, and I think I quoted him yesterday in our CNBC Fed survey, what you're left with is the worst case scenario is not coming to pass, but you are left with tariffs that are considerably higher than they were before, Joe. And so, look, like I said, $70 billion of revenue brought in the first 5 months. More to come. Somebody's paying these tariffs. They have to show up somewhere in the economy. They could show up, as some people suggested, in weaker economic growth, which would bring down inflation in certain categories, or they could show up as higher prices, not offset by declines in other areas. What the Fed is most concerned about is the idea that they show up in inflation expectations and they cause a rise in people's desire for higher wages, a rise in people's expectations for inflation. So I disagree with Rick respectfully in the following way. I think the Fed does want to cut. I think when they step forward and they say, we are modestly restrictive, that's telling you that they're in a place they don't necessarily want to be, because they ultimately want to be at neutral. And so they're saying to you, we do have a higher than normal or even a higher than needed funds rate, but we'd like to bring it down, but we can't right now because of what I talked about in the 7 o'clock hour, which is the prevailing uncertainty over, you know, which tariffs are there, which tariffs will remain. What happens, Joe, on July 9th? And just one more thing to my colleague, Rick, which is the idea that the Fed did not respond to inflation is, I think, wrong. Remember, they did hike rates to 5.3%. They left them there for 14 months. They began hiking in April. Yes, they probably did QE and kept rates too low for too long.
They lowered 50 basis
let me just
points
finish,
on
Rick.
the first cut.
By maybe 6 months or a year, they probably not a year. They probably delayed too much by 6 months or so. But when they got going, and they brought inflation down very quickly. They did not bring the price level down, which is something that people were very concerned about. But that's not something the Fed normally does.
Rick?
First of all, they didn't bring anything down. Inflation going up and down had very little to do with what the Fed was doing, in my opinion, which really should be at the center of any argument. To think that they are inflation slayers or going to give us the right direction on inflation, everything we're doing with regard to the tariffs and all their theorizing, you might as well talk about leeches in medicine because they just have no idea. And you talk about $80 billion collected. Let's annualize that. We have a budget deficit bigger than that. I'm sorry, the numbers just don't scare me. I'm surprised they scare the Fed.
I would just say, Rick, that the numbers, the money has to come from someplace, right? So
what?
Retailers...
What does that have to do with anything? Why does that matter? So the $80 billion, we're not talking about $5 trillion. We're talking about 11% of our economy on imports and then a fraction of that with regard to tariffs. I just don't get it. You know, when we talk about budget deficits and debt, for years, I was the only one talking about it. The numbers were so much bigger than what you're worried about now.
You're not the only one talking about it.
And what you're worried about hasn't come to pass. Oh, my God. I was the lone man in the desert for years. Gee, well, everybody's now in my camp worried about it because they don't like the president.
Rick, I was talking about the deficit as well back then, just for the record, but I would also point this out, Rick, that if you're going to raise the amount of money, the $300, $400 billion, somebody's going to pay it, which means that retailers either eat it in margins or they pass it along to consumers, Rick. And the idea is we're waiting to see where that comes from.
So we have a hurricane and the same thing happens in a storm. We don't lose sleep over it because most likely it's temporary blip, just like this will end up.
Okay, that's fine, Rick. And that's a point of view that I think is valid. And there are some members of the Fed who have that point of view, Chris Waller among them, who sees this as a temporary blip. By a 4-3 margin in our CNBC Fed survey, people thought it was a one-time blip versus the 30% who thought it was
Surveys don't matter.
Well, Rick, I mean, I'm just saying that that's what the data show of what more than maybe just yourself thinks, because maybe you don't have
the data does not show an inflation issue. No, it does not. And it's showing less of an inflation issue.
I'm not sure what we're arguing about.
Let's talk hard numbers.
I just gave you data, but you said it didn't matter.
No, you said a survey. That's not data.
Well, we asked a bunch of economists and forecasters what they think, and I don't know, maybe Rick's view is more important than all of them.
I'm not worried about what they think.
Possible.
I'm worried about the data. The data.
Okay.
Give me data that supports that the Fed should not ease.
Okay, so you think the Fed ought to ignore the possibility
No, I don't think they should or they shouldn't. I just think they don't want to. That was my statement.
So what are you saying? Let's hear what you're saying. What if you were in the if you had the control?
They're preoccupied with inflation now when they should have been before.
Well, what does that have to do with anything right now?
Okay, with it when it really because it's not a problem anymore.
Let's boil it down to a simple question.
Okay.
If you had the controls of the spaceship, would you be cutting rates right now because inflation is low and ignoring the possibility of higher inflation tariffs, or would you be holding steady and waiting to see what happens? What's your call, Rick?
You know, my call is I probably would have done 50 in the beginning, and I probably would have done or maybe would do some now. Yes.
50,
the 50 in the beginning made no sense to me. That was political, the first ease.
But wait, they did 50 before the election and 50 after the election. Remember that? That's 100. 50 for Biden and 50 for Trump.
Did 50 all at... Yeah, listen, Steve, they lowered 50 when
you want to tell a political story, Rick, but it ends up being... The political story you tell ends up being disintegrated by actual facts.
Now, just by the way you're fighting, obviously I've hit a nerve.
Not with me. I'm just saying what the facts are. They raised rates to 5.3%.
No, you're saying what
said
the
they ignored
survey
inflation.
Says.
You said they ignored inflation. Have a nice day. Enjoy your Juneteenth.
You will too. I always have a nice day.
All right. Thank you, Rick, Diana, and Steve. I mean that. Thank you. What's coming up?
Up next, we will talk the Fed, markets, and much more with Evercore's Roger Altman. Right now, though, as we head to a break, let's take a look at a stock to watch. That's Hasbro. The toy maker cutting 150 jobs, or about 3% of its global workforce, as it looks to cut costs, as it's grappling with tariffs. Nearly half of its toys and games sold in the United States are produced in China. Squawk Box will be right back.
Our dreams are different. But there's one thing we all feel. The desire to move forward. To get what's yours. To feel the joy you want today. Not someday. Despite the hurdles. We see you. Hustling hard and pushing through the best you can. Chime has made it its mission to help unlock your financial progress. So you can take a better shot at your dream. On your terms. That's why Chime is the #1 most loved banking app. Chime feels like progress.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Introducing our icons, Peter Millar. Luxury meets performance.
It won't be hard to find someone to fix this. But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners are the same. And the solution too, skilled local pros. Get started at Angie.com.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience. And get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be?
At AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans. What we can't guarantee? Your employees having a similar work style. You hired them. Or your staff all having the same vibe. I like this style. And your design team being on the same page.
Bold choice.
For 2002. What AT&T does guarantee? Our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
A lot of people in the network do stocks. I don't do stocks. I do everything else. The thing that I do best is taking complicated ideas and making them understandable to people. It's my favorite thing to do, literally. When you're younger, you have a natural ambition. What's interesting is getting older and still having ambition. My ambition is to remain at the cutting edge. I adhere to work hard, play hard. I'm a bit obsessive about guitar playing. I think if you're going to do something, you might as well do it well.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's check out the futures. Things are barely budging at this point. We're in positive territory. The Dow's up by 10, the S&P up by 5, the NASDAQ up by 30. Joining us right now to talk about everything we're seeing is Roger Altman. He's the founder and senior chairman of Evercore. And Roger, we asked you about a lot of different things. I think maybe your point on the resiliency of the markets right now may be the most important that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, though. So right now, we're seeing a surprising, and that's the word I think is important, amount of resilience in both the economy and markets. And it's confounding a lot of experts. I spoke to 2 or 3 economists I really respect yesterday in anticipation of coming on here today, and they really couldn't explain it because of the following. And I'm going to tell a little story here. If the 3 of us 4 years ago today have been having a cup of coffee, and into the room walked a prophet, or an authentic prophet, who said, let me tell you what's going to be happening 4 years from today. There are going to be wars raging between Israel and Iran and between Russia and Ukraine, a powerful new regime of tariffs on imports will have been installed by the United States. There'll be mass deportations occurring and large public protests over that. What do you think the impact of those will be on the then economy, on the then markets? I think most of us would have said, well, not very good. And so at the moment, that not very good impact has not materialized. But I think there's a pretty serious chance it's the calm before the storm, and that the resilience will not last, and here's why. First of all, we're starting to see beginning signs of weakness. You see that in retail sales, industrial production, continuing claims, home builder sentiment, and actual new home starts. And by the way, that's why yields, in my view, are down. I think there was a lot of anticipatory behavior by consumers and businesses around the tariffs, inventory stockpiling, advanced purchasing by consumers, and so forth, which meant that the impacts of the tariffs were delayed. And so, and then you see just U.S. GDP forecasts at the beginning of the year, January 1, all in the twos. Now, right around 1%, whatever forecast you want, Goldman Sachs, World Bank, and so forth. And so I think, yes, we have seen a stunning level of resilience, but I think the prospects that it lasts are low.
The pullback that we saw when tariffs were first announced, that were much larger than had been anticipated, you know, the markets have come back from that, I think, probably on the assumption that the tariffs will not be quite as bad, that there will be some negotiations that take place between now and then. You think that's the case?
Yes. But I think the tariffs are just one level of this picture. But I mean, just ask yourself, if any of the three of us are average consumers and we're seeing all this news, it's going to cause us to be hesitant. And the same with businesses on capital spending and other expansion plans, and the same with hiring. And I think that's about to begin to show up.
Although the war between Ukraine and Russia has been going on for years at this point.
Yes, but it's an overall impact. Now, you know, I'd like to be wrong, and the market, you know, as we all know, is right around an all-time high. Although if you strip out the Magnificent Seven, it's lower. And obviously, a big thesis there is we're in the earliest stages of a revolution in terms of AI that will rival the Industrial Revolution and so forth. I have no reason to question that. But I think the resilience we've seen so far is unlikely to maintain itself as surprising as it has been.
You know, Roger, at the beginning, before tariffs, you could talk to business people, and they were ecstatic about a lot of stuff, a lot of tailwinds,
right?
Whether it's deregulation or certainty about taxes,
tax bill,
or I mean, just go down, you know, lower oil prices. If that were, now obviously we've got a war going on, but there were a lot of things. The other day, I know you saw this. Real wages for hourly workers up 2% in the first 5 months. That's the strongest growth in 60 years. Inflation, even with tariffs, is low. You could be wrong. You admitted that. It could be that some of those tailwinds are more than enough to offset the tariff, which may or may not finally, the worst case scenario might not happen with tariffs.
And you're right, because if you look at the basic unemployment data, what's really going on, I think, is that employment itself remains solid, and therefore consumers have a solid amounts to spend, and so far have been, I said there's been some weakness showing up now, but until very recently have been doing so. And so you have to take a close look at, you know, we're about to see another continuing claims number.
Yeah.
And we'll have to, but I mean, you see. And
we got it today, actually, because tomorrow's Juneteenth.
Say that again?
The jobless claims, we got it today because tomorrow's Juneteenth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, we'll see.
I was going to ask you something. And the wealth effect. The wealth effect for consumers. The markets, if you didn't sell, you're basically
That's right.
That the person that came back after the, you know, was if you went to Mars and came back, you know, 4 months later, the market's right where it was.
That's true.
Yeah.
I find that a little puzzling, but you know, I have a lifelong history of being wrong on
the
markets.
deportations, Roger. I think it's a fraction of what the Biden administration, what they were doing, and a fraction of what Obama was deporting.
Well, the Biden administration was totally asleep when it came to this.
They were deporting. They were just deporting the people. They were letting it was like it was like a bucket with in a boat with a bunch of holes in it.
That was the level of malpractice.
But Obama deported a lot of people.
He did.
A lot more than Trump. 10 times as many.
I'm just saying. What I'm trying to say is, there's a confluence of huge events.
Yeah.
Huge events.
But even the Iran, that could be. We had Steve Eisman yesterday talking about how positive, if something does come out of this with Israel and Iran and the whole Middle East has a shift.
He wasn't saying that.
Talking about the whole Middle East.
But he wasn't necessarily saying the markets would go up.
Not the markets,
the antithesis of what would happen if something bad had come out of it.
But for the world, it could be in terms of finally putting this to rest. There's been a thorn in our side since 1979.
If we sail right through this the way we have so far in terms of what I call resilience, I just think it'll be amazing because there is such a confluence of destabilizing events that typically cause consumers to hesitate, cause businesses to hesitate, and so far we've seen a little evidence of it, but not much. I happen to think we're going to see more, but maybe I'm wrong.
Are you seeing that hesitation in your business, the business you do with M&A and other things with
Well, the M&A environment has been okay, but not booming for some time. You know, last year was not a great year. This year is somewhat better. I'm happy to say that we are doing quite well ourselves, but there's a lot of pent up interest, demand. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, you've seen quite a few announcements. Dollar volume year over year globally is up, but it's not booming.
Okay.
And I think if the clouds part and the sun comes out in terms of all these events we're talking about, there probably will be a big upsurge.
Roger, always great to see you. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Squawk Box will be right back.
There are some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings.
Presentation looks great.
Thanks. Voya provides tools that help you make the right investment and benefit choices so you can reach today's financial goals, that one, and look forward to a more confident future.
That is one dynamic duo. Voya. Well planned, well invested, well protected.
What does it mean to live a rich life? It means brave first leaps, tearful goodbyes, and everything in between. With over 100 years navigating market ups and downs, we'll help you move ahead with confidence.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
With a strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts, the president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, today 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Introducing Old Navy Active. New styles, new colors, new stretch, new feels. Old Navy, new moves.
This is Judy and Pedro. They just bought their first home and are learning a lot. Thanks to Google, Pedro knows more than he wanted to about gravel. And Judy wouldn't call herself a plumber, but she dabbles.
Wait, how do these things work together? Honey, I did it!
So far, if they've learned one thing about home ownership, is that there's a lot to learn. Good thing you can just ask Google.
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Well, take a quick look at the futures before I say that does it for us, because it doesn't do it for us, because we're going to look at this first. After all was said and done, NASDAQ's up. Dow is up a couple of points. There's things happening in the Middle East right now. You never know until you know, and we don't right now. But there's more increased activity, I think, in Tehran that we'll hear about. That does it for us. Make sure you join us on Friday. We're not here tomorrow. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber and Sarah Eisen at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer has the morning off. Pre-market pretty stable as we await today's Fed decision and watch as Israel and Iran trade fire for a sixth day. Oil's back above 75, but bond yields mostly lower as jobless claims 4-week average is the highest in almost 2 years. Our roadmap begins with some geopolitical risks. Wall Street's in this holding pattern as the president calls for, quote, unconditional surrender, while Iran warns that any U.S. intervention would, quote, lead to all-out war.
Plus, big tech's AI push. OpenAI CEO saying Meta has offered $100 million bonuses to poach talent, while Amazon's Andy Jassy tells employees that AI will shrink its workforce in the coming years.
And a big win for the crypto industry. The Senate passing a landmark regulation bill, setting a potential pathway for private companies to issue digital dollars.
Let's begin with the markets, focusing, of course, on the Israel-Iran conflict and today's upcoming Fed decision. I'm not sure which topic we want to tackle first. We do have this speech by the Ayatollah saying that, quote, war will be met with war. And a lot of the debate right now stateside is whether or not the Oval Office is weighing joining in on some of these strikes.
Yeah, I love the post from President Trump, the so-called supreme leader. President Trump called for unconditional surrender, and the Ayatollah said that his country will not surrender. So that's basically the latest. We know that President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke by telephone yesterday, according to a White House official. We know the U.S. military has been building up forces in the region in recent days. The Pentagon says that it is purely defensive at this point, but definitely gives the president the option and puts them on the footing to join the Israeli attack. And that's the big question, right? We know that there was a meeting between President Trump and his national security team overnight. So the question now is, what next? And at this point, it's just speculation. And the market has really calmed to the idea of the speculation and the saber rattling between Israel and Iran, I think, until something more substantial happens with the U.S., if it happens with the U.S. in terms of joining this war.
There is a narrative amongst those who are positive, or at least willing to be, that should we strike, should it be successful, that you would actually have a lot of positive things occur, and therefore you cannot really be short this market. You have to be prepared potentially for a rally. Who knows? As I like to say, nobody knows anything, and certainly here it's very difficult to obviously determine what will happen.
In other words, it would be a good thing for the world.
Correct. But even more so would actually end up being a good thing. Forget the world. We can debate that forever, but for the markets.
Sure. But also for the world. I mean, I do think it's interesting, all this political pressure that's coming, even from the parts of the Republican MAGA party, you know, about whether it's really America first for the U.S. to join the. It's hard. I think it's hard to make that argument when you have a regime that's calling for death for America, that's building nuclear weapons.
But you have memories that obviously go back to the invasion of Iraq and everything that occurred as a result of that, and the regime change that took place there. They go back to Libya and so many different things that occur that were not necessarily thought of or predicted as being likely at the time. So, you know, that is the element of the Republican Party you're dealing with, and those are the competing pressures I think the president is dealing with as he tries to make a decision here in terms of whether to intervene.
Yeah, he's good. He's got that faction of the Republican Party, and then Netanyahu says he doesn't understand how you can say America first and then say America dead, because he sees the threat as so explicit.
Not to mention Iran tried to assassinate the U.S. president. Also, you know, if that, I don't understand why that wouldn't factor in at some point here as well. But agree. I mean, this is a regime that chants death to Israel, death to America. It's not between Israel and Iran. It's between Iran and Israel and the United States and the rest of the world. Obviously, that's for President Trump to tell. I think another scenario, there's the positive scenario you laid out, but one of the risks that I've been hearing about and people are wondering about is how prolonged does this go, right? Could this be in a situation where it's status quo for several months, where the U.S. or where Iran and Israel are just going at each other? Ultimately, we hope that that's not the case, but we're looking at oil prices. The other thing for oil prices and how the markets are reacting is first of all, Israel has so far spared the production capabilities and facilities in Iran, so that oil is still flowing from Iran, and Iran has not blocked the Strait of Hormuz. And those are the two factors, feels like, that are most important for oil and why we're not seeing a bigger spike.
Yeah, interesting. Two pieces out today, sort of talking about what unanticipated consequences you might get if the U.S. joins, mining the Straits of Hormuz, obviously proxy attacks on U.S. forces, and then the likelihood of some cyber attacks. There's a piece on Politico, piece on Axios today. Look at Palo Alto today. That's going to be the highest level since February or so. Not moving much pre-market, but we'll keep our eye on just to what degree agencies that provide critical services, utilities, are preparing for any sort of unintended attack.
The other market reaction that I've been watching is treasuries very carefully, especially because, after all the tariff stuff, people are wondering, are treasuries still a safe haven? I think those that say yes took some comfort in yesterday's price action. So we did get the rise in oil prices, but that did not derail the rally in the bond market. I just wanted to point that out. You still had that safe haven bid for bonds, for treasuries, as stocks sold off. So yes, it might not be as intact, the sort of safe haven bond bid, or as strong as we have seen in years past, but it's hard to argue that it's gone, right? When we continue to watch reactions like this in the bond market. I would also note that foreign ownership of U.S. stocks, according to Torsten Slok of Apollo, who put out a great chart on this, is at highs. I mean, it has been very significant. So U.S. exceptionalism, still exceptional.
As for the Fed, they're going to have to handle a lot today, and we'll look for the decision in the presser this afternoon. But there's an interesting list of things that have been, say, soft on a net basis regarding the economy. Bloomberg Economic Surprise Index, close to the lows of the year. We had retail sales come in soft. NAHB came in soft. Fitch yesterday argued that consumer spending is going to slow as a result of tariffs. And then claims today, not departing very far from 250K at 245.
Although we did get a little bit tick lower this week from last week in terms of the amount of jobless claims. There's no doubt a softening, which I think will be interesting to hear how Fed Chair Powell frames it, because so far what he's talked about in the economy is solid. That's been his word. That's the way he has described the economy. I still think the main messages that we're going to get from the Fed today are patience and uncertainty, because they don't really have much incentive to cut rates at this point because of the softness in the economy. Maybe they're moving closer to cutting rates at this point because of the softness in the economy, but it's a Fed that's still nervous about inflation. I mean, they're still scarred by getting it too late on the so-called transitory inflation, which was not so transitory in 2022, and they want to make sure that tariffs are not ultimately inflationary. And if they start cutting rates, that won't go against, the progress and the work that they've done to try to lower inflation. So it's hard to see how they cannot be just more patient. The biggest question today is the dots. I hate the dots. Dots are stupid, but market always reacts to the dots because the dots are the indications of how many more cuts this Fed thinks we will see this year. Last time we got the dots was in March. It was before Liberation Day. It was before all this stuff happened. They factored in 2 cuts for this year, 50 basis points of cuts. David, do they keep that? Do they go to 25 to signal that they're on hold for a little bit longer? That would be a way for them to message the longer patience. They go to no dots. I mean,
get rid of the dots. I mean, everybody says they're stupid. Why don't they just get rid of the dots?
They implemented it to help the market with forward guidance.
I know.
To try
Does
to guide
it though?
them.
Order filled.
Well, back then it did. Yeah.
Back then it did. Lately, it's just hard because because the uncertainty is high and they don't exactly know how many cuts. So why give the market sort of a false sense of what they think they're going to do? Because ultimately, what they're going to do is they're going to react to the data. If the data gets sharply worse, if unemployment starts to go up in a material way, they're going to be cutting more. Right. And we just don't have that yet. We don't know. That's the problem with them. But that is the tradable information. That and then the Fed chair's commentary and tone and just how much he's worried about the economy versus worried about inflation. That's going to be the tricky balance.
Yeah. And, one last thing on the consumer, which we took note of yesterday. Walmart down 10 consecutive days, which we've not seen since June of 04. Off of 100 back to 94. I mean, it's not like a dramatic move, but just the series of lack of inability to get a lasting bid throughout the day on WMT. Interesting.
Yeah. I had actually not noted that. I mean, again, to your point, a 6% decline is not nothing, but over that period of time, very small increments, but
it's also
you can see it right there.
40% over the last 12 months.
Yes.
It's been a big outperformer. Markets broadened out a little bit, you know, in terms of just the winners in this recent leg up in the rally, where energy, for instance, has asserted itself as a sector. Healthcare has done better. So maybe the broadening out gives opportunity for others to get a chance, and except for the winners. Walmart has been a consistent winner over the last year or two.
Without a doubt. All right, let's move on to AI as well. It's another example of how intense the battle over AI has become. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says that Meta has been trying to poach some of his top employees by offering them massive bonuses. This is at least what he told his brother Jack Altman yesterday on the Uncapped podcast.
They started making these like giant offers to you know, a lot of people on our team, you know, like $100 million signing bonuses, more than that comp per year.
That's crazy.
And it is crazy. I'm really happy that at least so far, none of our best people have decided to take them up on that. I think that people sort of look at the two paths and say, all right, OpenAI's got a really good shot, a much better shot at actually delivering on super intelligence, and also may eventually be the more valuable company. But I think the strategy of a ton of upfront guaranteed comp, and that being the reason you tell someone to join, like really the degree to which they're focusing on that and not the work and not the mission. I don't think that's going to set up a great culture. And, you know, I hope that we can be the best place in the world to do this kind of research.
Sam Altman, he does at least one podcast a week, as far as I've been able to tell, because I try every weekend to see what he said, if he said something new. Last week, of course, we got that long memo from him that I quoted from. I would only add here that, interestingly, Sarah, I've been hearing from some other companies that OpenAI has been coming for their top engineers, because it isn't as though they haven't been hiring a lot of people, and they have. And so if you
how much did he just pay for Johnny Ives?
Yeah.
Six. And he's going after Meta for paying people for
now,
talent?
Meta obviously did do that huge deal to bring over Alexander Wang recently, paying $14+ billion for roughly half of his company. Although, frankly, what was left behind at Scale AI, there's a lot of somewhat upset investors about what happened to that company, because they've lost a lot of their customers since then. But to your point, yeah, I mean, Meta paying big, but I keep hearing OpenAI also out there. Ask Alex Karp at Palantir whether he's seeing incoming from OpenAI. I'm sure the answer would be absolutely. Everybody's trying to keep their best people.
Yeah, I mean, if you are an expert in AI, you are getting paid hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. If you are everybody else, worry about your jobs. That's the message we keep hearing from these AI chiefs.
That's true. Although those signing bonuses are, if they're to be believed, that's big numbers.
Yeah. Yesterday we had a discussion about what motive Altman might have to declare AGI earlier, given their tensions with Microsoft, and maybe now he's just trying to frame the environment to suit, obviously, his interests the best.
You know, he's very competitive.
You've got this group, it's Dario Modi at Anthropic, and it's Demis Hassabis at DeepMind, Alphabet, and Altman. They all seem to want to say it's coming much more quickly. But there is an opposing force there. Apple had a piece out recently from a number of engineers saying, not so fast.
Right.
The reasoning capabilities here, things collapse. Now, again, there's a lot of debate, at least I said, in terms of how quickly things will be reached and how fast they're actually progressing when it comes, certainly, to the reasoning side.
I just think it's interesting that every day we have this beef between OpenAI and someone. Yesterday it was Microsoft, its own partner.
Musk.
Today it's Meta. It's been Musk.
It's always Musk.
And Altman is kind of like nice guy in the way he talks, but he's very competitive and he goes right for them. He was bashing. I wish the brother had asked about Microsoft, but he was really going after Meta and saying they think of us as their biggest competitor, but they've been pretty disappointing on the AI front.
And he talks a lot. You can, every weekend you can find something from him that's relatively new at least.
I think it's a less, there was reports that he had once political aspirations, maybe to run for president. And I think there's a messaging lesson coming from President Trump that if you are in the news all the time, you can make that work to your advantage. Yeah. By the way, also on the AI front, Amazon's Andy Jassy in this blog post says AI will shrink the tech giant's workforce in the coming years. He delivered that message in a memo to the company employees, writing, quote, as we roll out more generative AI and agents, it should change the way our work is done. We expect that this will reduce our total corporate workforce as we get efficiency gains. Not talking about major layoffs per se, but certainly a wave of attrition in the next few years.
Yeah. Need for fewer people because of the efficiencies introduced by AI. There's a separate story in the Journal today that sort of encompasses in part some of the things he said, but also just has some specific examples about companies that have just hired fewer people over time, or even dramatically decreased their overall workforce. Bank of America, which you covered fairly closely, for example, in the last 5 years.
Wells Fargo headcount down 20% in 5 years. Journal did a piece on Monday about the unemployment rate for new college grads, 6.6, which you take out COVID is the 10-year high.
How do you turn those college grads into AI experts where they can be paid? I mean, that's the story. So far, it hasn't really showed up in any big way in the macro data. And remember Anthropic's Dario Amodei? He said we could see as high as 20% unemployment in the coming years because of some of the technologies we're doing. Haven't seen that yet, but the fact that they're more openly talking about it, like this Jassy memo, I mean, Amazon employs 1.5 million people, full and part-time. Second biggest to Walmart.
Yeah, I mean, although a lot of them are in warehouses and delivering things.
Too.
That conceivably will be robotics. We talk about this a lot, obviously. It is a key issue. That said, the efficiencies introduced to the overall economy could be beneficial for things like even the budget deficit over time, you could argue. Inflation rates will come down. It's possible. I mean, take a look at, I'm looking at a presentation here from Code 2, which talks if you get, super intelligence, they're talking about, significant decreases potentially over time, over a period of time in terms of potentially deficits and things like that.
Although then do entitlements have to go up to support people who don't work at all?
Yeah, you're going to have a UI of some kind. Right. That's what a lot of people would say.
We just hope it creates more jobs. We need it to figure out where the jobs that to be created are in this wave.
Meanwhile, take a look at the pre-market here as we brace for the Fed decision this afternoon. We'll get to some corporate news. Marvell's in the news. Talk about that Senate bill and crypto. I got a call on Nike. We're back in just a moment.
And he places the trade.
Talk about easier investing.
Are you throwing away money on your car insurance?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Try Insurify. We help you compare quotes and save half on your car insurance.
I like it when things are convenient and save me lots of money.
Go to Insurify.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand at GNC that stands above the rest. It's Super Beats by Human. Discover why more cardiologists recommend Super Beats for heart health support.
Order filled.
At livehuman.com.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Good morning. Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
Countdown to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
New York for the open.
On our way.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Access any market, anytime, anywhere with CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Own a design studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings.
I can help with that.
get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Drive friendly.
Celebrate July 4th all month long during a red, white, and blue tag sale at Friendly Chevrolet. 0% financing available. Shop over 1,000 vehicles and choose your discount. Red tags $13,000 off, white tags $7,000 off, and $5,000 off blue tags. Shop now at FriendlyChevy.com. Together, let's drive at Friendly Chevrolet.
Oh, what is that musty smell?
Oh, damp.
Damn. Oh, damn.
Hey, language.
Damper traps excess moisture to eliminate musty smells. Get rid of the damp with damp.
NASDAQ so far for the year to date is slightly lagging the S&P, but actually in the pole position this morning with Marvell Technology. Chips following with AMD, Analog, and TXN right behind. We'll get more as we kick off a Wednesday session, and of course market close tomorrow for Juneteenth. Stay with us.
Are you investing in municipal bonds that will fund roads and bridges? Think of Assured Guaranty's bond insurance as your guardrail. Assured Guaranty, a stronger bond.
Nothing stands still. Not economics, not the market, and not Franklin Templeton. We've been navigating market ups and downs for over 75 years. Trusted by advisors and investors to deliver perspective and strategies for even the most volatile of markets. Empowering advisors with solutions to build nimble portfolios for today and beyond. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
For adults with obesity, Zepbound means change.
It's changing what I believe is possible when it comes to weight loss.
Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills, taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may...
Good morning.
News and exclusive interviews from the business of sports. You know, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Get the CNBC Sport newsletter delivered weekly to your inbox. Sign up for free at cnbc.com/sport newsletter.
It's over. Not going to have to hear us talk about it anymore after this. Nippon Steel has closed that $15 billion acquisition of U.S. Steel. It's a 19-month struggle after they announced that to get it to the finish line, they have done so. You've received $55 a share if you're a U.S. Steel shareholder. And Nippon owns the company. That said, there are some very interesting structures to this transaction that include the issuance of a golden share, kind of like the golden ticket. Golden share to the U.S. government.
Looks like it's going to pump on the 3 minutes, and then 15 minutes looks like it's going to go down. So
it's going to do.
maybe pump and dump. Who knows?
U.S. Steel by 2028. Initial investment in Greenfield project completed by 28. Keeping the headquarters in the U.S. Having a board of directors at all, first of all. And a majority of which will be U.S. citizens, U.S. management, key personnel, CEO, U.S. citizens, and on from there, Sarah. Many of this, these provisions sort of structured and negotiated over the last few weeks and months. but ultimately it
Order
did get to the finish
Order
line.
Order
Yeah, I just got out my shorts.
And the letter X is available, by the way. Great symbol. Remember, Elon wants to come public under X for XAI and X, the social media platform, but it's out there if you want.
It's on the market.
Yeah.
I mean, the golden share is very interesting because now the U.S. government will have the right to appoint one independent director on the board and will be able to veto questions like redomiciling outside the United States, changing the name and headquarters. I mean, what's important to the U.S. and especially this provision, which is Nippon cannot prevent U.S. Steel or interfere with their ability to pursue trade action under U.S. law, which is very important for this administration.
Yeah. Meantime, opening bells coming up in a few moments. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
We have 5 minutes.
Strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts. The president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power lunch today 2 Eastern. Streaming on CNBC Plus.
It's always bigger in Texas. Stomach. Man, this is amazing. It's the party out here. Lit is lit. Get your tickets to Live Golf Dallas. Prime Day is coming July 8th to the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into now.
I'm $3 shy. Wow.
Just put your info in the Kevin Blue Book My Wallet, browse personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area, then start to finish the deal on mine. Hey, folks.
A rich life isn't a straight line to a destination on the horizon. Sometimes it takes an unexpected turn with detours, new possibilities, and even another passenger or 3. With 100 years of navigating ups and downs, you can count on us to help guide you through it all. Because life is a winding path, made rich by the people you walk it with.
There's some things that work better together, like your workplace benefits and retirement savings. Voya helps you choose the right amounts without over or under investing. Across all your benefits and
There we go. It's dropping now.
so you can feel confident in your financial choices.
Put 2 and 2 together. Well invested, well protected. Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations. To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
As we count down to the opening bell, let's bring in our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli, who's here at Post
Hey,
9.
what up, man? Are you gonna trade?
Markets trying to reserve judgment on a number of issues this
Or you done trading?
Certainly not over-anticipating any major disruption. I go back to what I was saying on Friday, which is what specific...
Are you gonna trade or are you done for the day?
You really don't come up with much in the absence of, oil really breaking out or something like that.
Yeah, I'm done with my videos. I gotta work on Tradeify.
In all the pattern reading algos, which is,
What's up, man?
invasions, conflicts tend not to end bull markets. I mean, I know that sounds
The squeeze are bearish from what I'm looking, but looks like we might dip. Maybe a pump and dump, so who knows?
So that was 1991, the U.S. invasion of Iraq. Have been weak for months. Mini bear market. We surged today.
Don't follow the bot. I don't think it's gonna be good today. Damn, that drop. Yeah. I knew it too. Ah. Yeah, I'm not short or anything. I need 9,000 on the 150 idiots, and I'm at 4,700. Halfway there.
This morning, guys, CEO was on Squawk Box talking about some of the technology that they work with when it comes to diagnosing oncological diagnoses. That's
shocking it didn't pump that open.
West Texas, and gasoline futures are riding the top of the channel once again. Yes, so I mean the dial's being turned, just not that dramatically, and we are above Friday's highs, I guess, on WTI. Brent's kind of close to there, so that's the one thing that's kind of broken the containment of Friday's range. The S&P never did. The volatility index is kind of nip and tuck right near there. So I do think that everyone's using that as a little bit of a mental benchmark. Okay, how did we trade on Friday? We're going to navigate around that. Now, there's other reasons why the market might be a little bit sluggish and be sort of poised to have the potential to pull back a little bit. We had a 25% ramp to the upside. It was broad at the beginning, but it narrowed out in the last couple of weeks. There's been a loss of momentum. There is the softening economic data trend. I mean, all these things we're talking about, bring us to that point where we priced in some good stuff. We're going to need some good stuff pretty soon, whether that means tangible progress on trade or the economic data accelerating, which it hasn't happened, or maybe if the Fed gives a little bit of a clue that it's a little, leaning a little more dovish than we.
So is the market telling you that the second half outlook is better than the economists are forecasting?
It's interesting because if you look at the leadership parts of the market, there is a pretty good cyclical over defensive type of trade. I don't know that it's necessarily all that assertive, though, because I look at regional banks. Regional banks have faltered in the last several weeks relative to the S&P 500. You do see strength in industrials, but it's the AI adjacent power stuff that really is driving things. Or it's
Man, I was short at 22,000 too. Took 5 points only.
Building materials and things that would seem as if they're about the domestic.
But it's also not staples, which is the worst performing sector this month, down 3.5%. If there were really slowdown fears in this market, that's the first.
I was thinking it's gonna pump at open. I was gonna reach short again, but it didn't. I was gonna wait. Yeah, it might be hitting Asia target. Bot might short in a little bit. Oh yeah, it's gonna short soon.
It's just kind of weighing on so much of that group, and even healthcare's in that boat, right? Healthcare should have a bit. It's got this growth value blend, but it's not purely cyclical. But in general, it's underperformed, and that's a lot of policy stuff. Yeah. Meanwhile, I think transports are what 16% off the high last year. Transports, have, definitely been a pretty big laggard, and it's trade related. Also, the airlines, yesterday you did see the travel stocks sell off again, as it seemed as if you might be moving toward a more of a broader conflict in Iran. So I think the market again is kind of on this somewhat balanced footing in terms of the economic outlook, but again, it needs positive stuff to support it here or nearby. I think pullbacks. Everyone keeps pointing the S&P can pull back to 5,800. That's like a 5% from the recent highs. That would be absolutely no big deal. In the meantime, we're continuing to chop around these levels that we first got to in November, and frankly, are not that much higher than the mid-July highs of last year. That's 11 months ago, and we traded at 56.67 on the S&P. That was the peak of Max 7. Right. Maybe the one constant has been this AI infrastructure trade. Marvell does increase their projected TAM of the AI data center build out by the year. I think it's.
I might get 970 on my short.
94 billion is their new number. They're targeting 20% share. We'll see if they get there.
Yeah. I mean, no let up that we're aware of. Obviously, the market did take a significant decline, I guess you could call it, when Microsoft at least was perceived to be backing off the idea of going higher than its still current target in terms of its CapEx spend.
Yeah.
I did want to quickly move to.
We're just stuck watching. We can't do anything.
In terms of legislation, we got the Senate.
I need a balance for fucking short.
This is creating a series of rules around stable coins, along with a lot of other things, but in terms of crypto, but important, and not having an impact on shares of Circle, which is your sort of go-to here, but perhaps not a surprise because it was expected. It is seen as one of the beneficiaries, given it's checked almost every box in terms of complying with, putting itself in a position to comply with these rules. So it's still got to go to the House, but the idea is that Tether, which is foreign-based, is not in compliance with what may be this new set of rules around stablecoins. Of course, Mike, Circle, it came public at 31 on June 4th.
Exactly.
31, and here it is at 150.
I don't know that it's traded below 70 or something, and it ran
I'm
right
try to
150.
short.
I mean, the market, in a
Order,
very
can't order, Phil.
confident and rational way, probably knew that they were where
think
the
it's gonna
legislation
drop.
was going,
There
and
we
they were
go.
going to be the default.
Order,
And I'm
Phil.
out.
Saying the other day, still kind of don't get what maximum success would mean long term financially for a business like this, right? It's almost like if they have massive returns by just skimming the float, which is kind of what they do, right? They earn the interest on the float. Like that's to me an immature. It's like an immature market. If you can get great returns from just being that intermediary,
right? But you have to
Order
imagine
canceled.
different business lines where ultimately they will
Order
move into
submitted.
the transaction space in a much more significant way and threaten maybe Visa and MasterCard or something like that. I don't.
Right, I guess that would be your ultimate full case down the road that they have their own. It's just going to completely displace existing platforms.
Well, that's part of the goal, I think, of the legislation here is to treat them as this sort of digital cash to drive sort of wider mainstream adoption of payments. Just, right now, what are they used for? Just settlement currency for digital.
Order
assets.
filled.
So that's part of the situation here. And a company like Circle, which is already
Order
federally
filled.
Order filled.
Yes.
would definitely have a head start.
Yes, a beneficiary. I mean, by the way, when I think of Circle, then I think of CoreWeave, which came public at 40 and is now
Order
back
filled.
to
Order filled.
That's what
There we
we were
go.
just talking about.
Order filled.
eToro,
Short's
that's
working.
IPO
Order
strong.
submitted.
Nothing like the performance that we've seen of these two.
Order submitted.
But certainly it's a positive environment. One would
It's
say.
an absolutely positive environment. We're getting the kind of sort of sector leaders, the ones
Order
that
filled.
are most ready to go public in the hot area. So that's the stuff that's being grabbed up right now. The deals that haven't done as well have been like private equity exiting, those types of reverse FBOs.
Yeah.
That's where it's kind of seller driven. This stuff here is feeding the hottest themes in the market.
Right.
And CoreWeave is wild. I mean, just the way that stock is traded, the market cap it's achieved, but it's also commanding a huge chunk of incremental, data center utilization and
Oh,
new
dang.
investment as well.
There's plenty of debate around, CoreWeave in the sense of, in terms of whether you're seeing slowing in the
Trying to go back up, but
training models and or even
still think
reasoning
it's gonna
in
go
terms of
down.
chips and what the return ultimately will be on each GPU and whether they can really, again, I can give you both sides because I've been reading about it, but that said, I mean, that speaks volumes right there.
Right.
324% since an IPO that's only, a handful of weeks ago.
It's routinely one of the most heavily traded, in dollar terms, stocks in the market since it's come public.
Right.
I mean, and it's not nearly as big as obviously the big platform companies.
We were talking about the jobs picture earlier, and jobless claims being a little bit elevated, but still, not, I wouldn't say at unhealthy levels yet in terms of recession. But just one company to mention on this front is Hasbro, which did
Order
announce
submitted.
that it is trimming 3% of its workforce. It's been in a cost-cutting push for the last few years under CEO Chris Cox here, as the company transitions. It's also dealing with tariffs. Remember, this is a company, when we say toys
Order
are made in
filled.
China, where half of the toys and games from Hasbro are made in China. So this company is absorbing higher tariffs, and the CEO
Order
has
submitted.
managed through the tariff effects. They're going to
Order
have to see
canceled.
either higher consumer prices or job losses or some sort of combination. But Mike, this has been sort of a long-running cost-cutting story, and not the first time that Hasbro has seen layoffs. Market not rewarding it all too much, but they've seen actually sales bounce back nicely. They have Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, all that's helping offset some of the losses they've seen in
For additional toys. Yeah. No, these companies have kind of had a couple of lives, with the IP sales and things like that. They're really, kind of modest market caps right now for the brands, right? It's under $10 billion market cap for Hasbro. And in terms of the layoff picture in general, you do have a drumbeat on the corporate side of just belt tightening. Weekly claims, you guys were talking about it. It's, just a little bit above the lows. It's short of the real alarming levels, like 300,000 a week is where you start to get worried. The trap, perhaps, though, and, I know we're going to talk about this as we get into the Fed, is if they're fixated on the unemployment rate,
Are you long?
Signal of the economy weakening. Now,
That short? What are you short at? I have a couple short at 950 and 960. That's a good short.
It's going to be coincident or lagging. So
I have a couple on counts at 70 if it hits.
Where the Fed seems like it's offside because it keeps saying unemployment's fine, and meanwhile residential construction starts pulling back, and you start to see a little bit different business behavior, and the economy looks like it's wobbling even when we're at 4.2 or 4.3.
You think so?
What they're using as their cover, right? If they don't want to move and they're saying, hey, unemployment is still 4.2. The way it used to be JOLTS, for example. Yeah. JOLTS happenings for unemployment. Exactly.
Looked at before, and that has come down.
Or when it was University of Michigan inflation expectations, when they wanted to basically say we're going to keep hiking forever, and that was something that was kind of a fluky number, and yet they anchored to it for a while.
I think it's going to be more wait and see. Speaking of, we are counting down to this decision. It is coming at 2 p.m. Eastern time today, and then we get the press conference from Chair Powell. Our Leeson is in Washington preparing his question. Steve, what can you tell us about what we can expect?
Well, we don't expect the Fed to do much today. We'll listen to the guidance, but I think, Sarah, people are going to laser focus on the new projections and forecasts from the Fed. And it's worth taking a look at what they did the last time, because that was where the sort of beginning of a modestly stagflationary narrative began. If you look at what they did last time, they essentially lowered the GDP forecast and raised the inflation forecast. Do they come off of that this time? Do they feel a little bit better given that
tick is
of course,
good.
this was before the April 2nd reciprocal tariffs taking off or backtrack on those. So we'll see if they come off that a little bit. I'm watching.
You guys stopped out?
We might want to watch, Sarah, is the uncertainty out there. The Fed actually publishes in its forecast how certain or confident it is in its forecast. And if you just take a look at the line chart here, on what they thought about how confident they were in their PCE forecast back in March, you can see it's 0.89, which means one is that every official is not confident in it. So 0.89 or 0.9 shows essentially that they were pretty much as uncertain as they were during the pandemic about the outlook for inflation. And if you want a comparison, what you would figure out as well, back in September when they cut 50 basis points, they were twice as confident as they were here. So let's look at their forecast, but also how confident they are in their forecast, and how much uncertainty, which we can actually measure at the Fed, is animating their policy.
Hey, Steve, Goldman, I wonder, should we be paying more attention to the job surrounding the supplemental leverage ratio and the degree to which that improves some liquidity for treasuries?
Absolutely. I think there's a meeting next week by the board. I don't know.
I think it's going to chop all day into one. Yeah. I think shorts and longs going to get paid. He's got to take a couple points only. Can't hold for long.
Between the Fed and the Treasury, that if you took off some of the banks of holding these treasuries, that it would help provide some liquidity to the market. Now, it's not a panacea, right? Banks are going to want to be paid for holding.
Is it a starter plus or just a normal starter?
They're going to hold this stuff for free. They're going to want a return on it. So it depends on what that return that's demanded is, but it should provide additional domestic liquidity that could replace some concerns that are out there on foreign shores about holding U.S. debt.
The other issue is some chatter that maybe this one big beautiful bill doesn't make the July 4 deadline. Some argue maybe we need to start folding in more concerns about the X date, which is past that.
Got it. It's just don't mess up during FOMC.
Against the Trump coalition in Congress, right? So somebody asked me the other day about this, and I said I am waiting for the headline that will say it won't pass, and that's the one that will make me sure it's going to. I don't know how Mike Johnson pulled that rabbit out of his hat and got that vote by one vote.
Yeah. This market feels stuff. The spread is ugly. I was green, got out, and I was red.
What exactly the form is and the details.
I gotta do a limit now.
I can't say, but I feel pretty confident that this Congress will give this president a win
There we go.
this year, with an interesting question about whether or not things get a lot tougher in 2026 when an election is coming.
It's such a, Powell always has communication challenges, and he's always good at threading the needle. But
Today's not Wednesday?
Interested in how he characterizes the inflation outlook. If they really are worried about tariff inflation without seeming political, and I know they're not political, and it's
What's
not their
Gail talking
intention,
about? Hold on.
just because
Oh,
we have
FOMO.
that
It's supposed to be FOMC. My bad.
Secretary Bessent said there's been a tariff derangement syndrome out there with people that are just waiting and expecting inflation
I can
from these
edit
tariffs
that.
that's just not happening. I do wonder how he's going to talk about it.
I think you asked a really good point, Sarah, which is that he has to acknowledge that the order filled better. I guess there's a legitimate question as to the extent to which anybody thought these tariffs were going to show up in the May inflation report. And by the way, there are a few places they did, and they were offset by other declines. And I think, Sarah, now, one of the things that I'm thinking about asking, which is a very obvious question, but I still think needs to be asked, is, well, what role do higher oil prices play in the outlook? Because if you think about it, it was the decline in energy prices that ended up being a very important offset to whatever else was happening in the CPI when it came to tariffs. So if that goes away, do the tariff increases show up more? And also the idea of retailers you've talked to, I think, Sarah, say, hey, we're trying to hold the line here. We don't know what the bottom line is, what the end tariffs are going to be. So we'll hold off as long as we can. And if we have to, we will raise prices, especially if we run out of the inventory that we front ran before the tariffs.
Or will they find other ways to mitigate it, like
Exactly.
Home Depot has said it is doing?
No,
Thank you,
that's a
Steve.
fair outcome, and I think that's been an outcome that's been said by a lot of people. Some of it can be word off, but at the end of the day, either it comes out of profits of somebody or it ends up with higher prices. It can't disappear.
Sure. Steve Leisman, thank you. Exciting afternoon, as always, ahead of the Fed meeting.
Yeah, look forward to Steve's coverage.
Order
filled. 2 p.m. Eastern time and before. And
Order
after.
submitted.
Mike, thank you for joining us as we go to break. Watch bonds today. Of course, the Fed is at the center of everything, but check out
No,
Treasury.
that ain't right. It might be 22,000 again. Hell.
Below 4.4. Meantime, S&P, but still
Yeah.
struggling a bit to reclaim 6K.
But 3 minutes still showing it's gonna dip, so we'll see. Wow.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Look, bag holding now.
Our dreams are different. There's one thing we all feel. The desire to move forward. To get what's yours. To feel the joy you want today. Not someday. Despite their hurdles. We see you. Hustling hard, pushing through the best you can. Chime has made it its mission to help unlock your financial progress. So you can take a better shot at your dream. On your terms. That's why Chime is the #1 most loved banking app. Chime feels like progress.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring wealth isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach
Damn.
will help see you through the market's ups and downs.
Yeah, I just have
Give
to
you the
average
confidence you
down now.
need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Nice.
For your free retirement survival kit, 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Wow, looks like your hiring is making a lot of people happy. ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time and it handles everything. From finding great candidates to setting up interviews.
Order
So,
submitted.
Back and forth. Right. I
I
can
don't
just
think
choose
it's
from
new.
this
It's
list
just
and
that's how it
finish
is.
tomorrow.
Pump and then slow down
Wow,
and dump.
another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs
Yeah.
today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors.
Order
beginning
submitted.
Investors. I'm always looking.
Closing bell overtime. Weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on
Order
CNBC.
filled.
filled.
Order submitted.
Solar stocks sustained a significant amount of damage yesterday in the wake of the news of the Senate bill, which does take away some
bought
energy
still long?
incentives, tax credits, eases some
Yeah, bought
emissions rules,
long at
getting back a little bit today,
24.
but not a lot. A fairly flat tape. S&P is up 12. Squawk on the Street continues after a short break.
Order canceled.
filled.
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
It's just all about execution.
Life is always changing, and their Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand at GNC that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human. Discover why more cardiologists recommend Superbeats for heart health support than any other beet brand at livehuman.com.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
Yeah.
Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed,
Wow.
it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Order submitted.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update
Order
everything every 2
submitted.
minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she leaving?
Let's have it.
Any news? News.
Order filled.
Never miss a moment.
Order submitted.
Access to market-moving interviews and stock picks. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to CNBC.com/getpro.
Prime Day is coming July 8th through the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next.
Yeah, I'm still holding mine.
Every step of the way. Stay in the know. Your doctor.
There's a lot at stake for the energy sector as the Senate looks to finalize its version of President Trump's big, beautiful bill. Our Emily
Order
Wilkins joins us
canceled.
with more now in Washington. Emily, and whether there's going to be any movement after this Senate rewrite.
There we go.
Look, senators who I've talked to do want to see some changes.
Order canceled.
There we go. Hell yeah. That was nice. What happened? I took profit on some. That's a good drop.
Geothermal as well as hydropower have all emerged as winners. Now, those projects would qualify for credits until 2033, no change there from current law. But solar and wind both emerged as losers, with the Senate introducing really similar phase-outs to what we saw in the House bill, ending the credit by 2028. Some folks thought the Senate might be more generous there. And hydrogen has an even shorter runway. Projects would need to be under construction by the end of this year to qualify. Now, hydrogen projects in development are estimated to add about $12 billion annually to the economy, according to one estimate. But at least one person, Chris Green, the head of the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Association, said that companies are now reconsidering those investments in light of the quick phase-out. And they are not the only ones worried. The oil and gas lobby has also entered this fight for hydrogen, pushing to extend that 45V credit until 2029. Mike Summers, the president and CEO of the American Petroleum Institute, said that that credit was needed to keep the U.S. competitive.
Companies have already made these announcements that it's going to happen. But one way to dry it up completely is to eliminate the 45B tax credit. So we want that tax credit to continue through the end of 2029.
Senators who I spoke with yesterday said some of these credits could change. Senator Shelley Moore Capito said she's looking for changes specifically for that hydrogen tax credit. And Senator Tom Tillis said they're going to have to find a way to allow the credits more time to be there, more companies to be able to get their projects online.
Order
He
submitted.
expects to have most of the details settled by the start of next week. Guys?
With all these credits taken away and that sort of the new math, Emily, is there any expectation that the deficit implications are different than the House version?
Sarah, we don't know the official score yet for the Senate, but that is really a concern for some of the other senators who I've talked to who would fall more on the deficit hawk side of the equation. And even going back to the House, remember, this was something that a lot of the House fiscal hawks were really pushing for. They said they wanted to end these green energy tax credits. They see them as being a part of the Biden administration, and they see it as a way to get savings. So definitely a divide here in the Republican Party between senators who see this as a pro-business move and senators who are very concerned about how much this could add to the national debt.
Emily, thank you for that. Watching closely at least the Senate working on an abbreviated schedule this week. Emily Wilkins in D.C. Take a look at the markets here. Dow's up 111, led by a couple of financials. S&P once again flirting with 6,000. Squawk on the Street continues after a short break.
An important day is coming for every American with money in the markets, and it'll be here sooner than you think. I predict this stock bull market will end with an epic crash.
Order submitted.
I believe another epic stock crash is coming for the markets, based on 100 years of data. My name is Mark Jacob. I spent 50 years on Wall Street, where I helped create an entire stock rating system. I've met everyone from George Soros to Warren Buffett. I got my broker's license in 1966 and adjusted through 9 recessions, plus countless panics and bull markets. And I found it one incredible indicator to help identify big market turns. I used this indicator in 2018 when I told Jim Cramer stocks would fall. I used it in 2020 to help folks get back into stocks. I used this indicator again in 2021 to beg folks not to sell when so many were panicking. And again in March of 2022 to predict a crash. I used the same indicator to predict a new bull market in January of 2023, and again in 2024 when I told Business Insider the bull market would continue. And now I'm using the exact same indicator yet again to detail why there's a 90% chance the market will end the year up in 2025, backed by historical data, before crashing in 2026. Look, if you have money in the markets, you must know 2 critical things right now. First, what to own in 2025 as the market continues higher. And second, exactly when the markets are likely to crash in 2026. I put together a free presentation that explains everything, including the exact month stocks are most likely to crash next year. You can watch my new presentation.
Order submitted.
To learn more, visit the website below.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I do indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right.
That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yeah.
With a strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts, the president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, today 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
There we go. Get me out of here.
On the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Campania and David Faber, live as always from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks building toward the highs of the morning here in the early trading action. The S&P 500 up 0.3%. Consumer discretionary stocks are actually leading this morning. 3 sectors lower, and they're all defensive: healthcare, real estate, and
Order
utilities.
canceled. Order submitted.
And so we are now firmly up for the week. The Nasdaq outperforming for the week.
Order
filled.
filled.
About a quarter
Nice. I'm out most of my shorts.
Treasuries ahead of the Fed. Take a look. Got some jobless claims numbers
Order
today.
canceled.
10-year yield is a little
Order
bit lower,
submitted.
4.36 right now. The 2-year yield, that's the one that's rate sensitive toward the Fed. It is just below 4%. So there's buying today. We're counting you down to the latest interest rate decision and Fed Chair Powell's conference, his news conference. We're going to get you ready with Everport's Krishna Guha and former Fed Vice Chair Alan Blinder. Also, President Trump just speaking about the Fed chair, what he'd like to see moments ago. Have a look.
Very appointed. I don't know why that is, but I guess maybe he was a Democrat and he got great advice from Mnuchin on this one. Great advice. But he's done a poor job. So we have no inflation. We have only success. And I'd like to see interest rates get down. Now,
Oh, Trump's on TV. That's why.
short-term debt. So we have short-term debt coming due.
Yeah, he's
And
talking.
because of this guy's rates,
Order filled.
Order filled. About a point less. Instead of it lower 2 points, I'd pay about 2 points less. And that's for 10 years.
All my funds is green, so the only one I'm stuck holdings are the evals.
Trillions of dollars that we're going to lose because of this. Too late. I call it too late.
Oh no, he went long.
If you look at him, every time I did this, I was right 100%. He was wrong. Maybe should go to the Fed.
Bozo, he's almost done talking, so. Trump?
So we should be 2 points lower. It'd be nice to be 2.5 points lower.
Oh, this says not live. It's like a couple minutes ago.
For absolutely nothing. We'd save $600, $700, $800 billion. We have, I think we're 38 now in interest, and we should be number one. We should be the lowest. But, and by the way, if he's worried about inflation, that's okay. I understand that.
Order
There's gonna
canceled.
be any so far there
Order
hasn't.
submitted.
We have almost no inflation. We've done a great job.
Order filled.
filled. We had a lot of inflation.
Order submitted.
We went through 4 years of
Order
high
filled.
inflation
Just
in the
reshorting.
history of our country with Sleepy Joe Biden. And
Yeah.
Sleepy Joe. And,
Oh, why Trump keep talking about Joe Biden?
So we the highest inflation we've ever had in the history of our country. And then it came down because when I got elected, it started dropping because people understood that I knew what I was doing. But now we have a man that just refuses to lower the Fed rate, just refuses to do it. And he's not a smart person. I don't even think he's that political. I think he hates me, but that's okay. You know, he should. He should. I
Order
call him every
filled.
day of the book trying to get him to do something. I've been nice to him. I do it always. I don't know how to say
Order
it.
filled.
Later. Oh shit, my other thing got filled short.
Order submitted.
I call him too late. Come on, too late. Let's have
Order
I
submitted.
do it every way in the book. I'm nasty. I'm nice. Nothing works. He's like just a stupid person. But I don't expect anything. Maybe he does a little bit. We should be 2.5 points. Remember, Europe had 10 cuts. We had none. We're paying more rate, more interest than a lot of European nations that can't carry our suitcase. I'm going to be nice. It's another
Order
expression.
filled.
filled. You know,
Order submitted.
can't carry it, you know, but I should be using it for the fake news. So it's very sad to see it. And what I'm going to do.
Order
is I'm
filled.
gonna give it short term, like 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. Wait till this guy gets out. get the rates way
Yeah,
down,
don't get
and
too
then go
greedy.
long term.
You did good.
Because we have a tremendous appetite for our debt. Because our country is doing well. But think of it, I got a call from Tom 3 nights ago. So we can't account for the money coming in.
Order submitted.
That's a good problem. You know, the bad problem is we don't have any money. They can't account. There's so much
Order
money
canceled.
There we go.
is coming into the treasury.
Order
We don't know where
canceled.
it's
There we
coming
go.
from, sir. I said, check out the tariffs. He calls back about a day later. Wow. I think you were right. Yeah, I was right. That's nothing. You haven't seen anything yet. More importantly than the money coming in, we have factories being built. AI,
That's a good
auto
short.
factories. 2 of them stopped yesterday in Mexico, you read. And they're coming here.
Yeah, I showed at
because they
two,
don't wanna pay
at
the
30.
tax.
Got out at 22.
So I just want to wish you a lot of luck with the new flagpole. We have 2 of them. And we're going to do this one now, then we're going to do the other one. 11 o'clock or so, we're going to have a flag raising, which will be great. And I got to get these guys back to work. They're making a fortune. They're standing around making a fortune.
I guess it is live. Trump speaking.
Somebody that is going to captivate some movie producer. Not Harvey Weinstein.
Let me see.
He's seen a better day.
No, something about he's out the White. I don't know. It's not about the Middle East or anything. Oh, it's not about how Powell did a bad job. That's it. Yeah. I think he's trying to get him fired.
Let's have a good.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but he said he can't, so who knows? Yeah.
He's going to win another Nobel Prize, I think, for this picture. So maybe the flag will be even more exciting, but this is pretty exciting. That's some equipment, I'll tell you what. Look at that thing. That's some beautiful equipment. There's nothing like America. Have a good time.
And you've been answering questions about whether you are moving closer, you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on
I
that?
can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir?
Order
Sir, will you
submitted.
strike it? Will you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do
Order
it. Nobody
submitted.
knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble. And they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine. You would have had a country. It's very sad to watch this. I mean, I've never said anything like it. It's so, everyone thought it was going to be the reverse. I didn't think so. And I was telling them, you gotta do something. You gotta negotiate. And at the end, last minute, they said, no, we're not going to do that. And they got hit. Remember 60 days? And then came the 60. 61 is going to become a very famous number. That was one hell of a hit, that first hit. That was one hell of a hit. Not sustainable, to be honest. That's where it ended on the first night. Yes.
Is it too late, though? Do you think it's too late to now?
Nothing's too late. The only thing too late is Powell. Powell's too late. Too late, Powell.
Have the Iranians reached out to you, Mr. President?
What?
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did they say?
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking.
Order filled.
Order filled. It's
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
A week ago, right? Thank you.
Order submitted.
It's not anybody. They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference. But they've suggested that they come to the White House. That's, courageous, but, it's like not easy for them to do. But they suggest, because I can't go now because of what's going on. I had to come back early from the G7, which was terrific, by the way, in Canada. Really terrific. Good people.
Is there a possibility of next week or sooner that you're
Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. They're totally defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever. Totally captured.
Order filled.
Order filled.
fairly compassionate towards the Iranian people?
It's human. I know a lot of people from Iran, from New York, from Washington. mostly from New York. They're incredible people. They're smart. They're energetic. They can be difficult.
Order
filled.
There we
You know,
go.
they're great people. They're smart people. And those people are getting the hell beat out of them now. It's really a shame. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. This is another one. You know, Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never happened if I was president. You guys agree with that? Would have never happened if I was president. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, you know, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor.
Order submitted.
Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first.
Order
We can worry
submitted.
about this later. But I think that's going to work out too. But it's so many people have been killed. The big thing with that one is far more people are dead than have been reported in the Ukraine. Many, many more people.
Mr. President, what
They say nobody was hurt.
does unconditional surrender mean? Can you explain it for those who
Very simple
don't?
words. It's very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay. No more. Then we go blow up all the all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place. Now they had bad intentions. You know, for 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. You know, war is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress. And we'll see. The next week is going to be very big. Maybe less than a week. Maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots, really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. You know, that dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. And if you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time, but I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Yeah.
Mr. President, I have a question on deportations. Mr. President, you said last week that changes would be coming for farmers. We've seen a lot of workers they rely on taken away.
Order filled.
Order filled. Said this week that worksite would remain. So what's your message to farmers?
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
People out here first that we're doing that. We're taking them out by
Order
the thousands.
submitted.
Murderers, drug dealers, people that are mentally
Order
insane
filled.
from insane asylums.
Order submitted.
What they gave to us, fellas, they gave, do we have anybody in here that's a number? Are they doing a big thing? If they would, they'll find out. We're checking you, you won't believe it. Your whole life will be destroyed because of this press conference. Well, they'll destroy the
Order
people.
filled.
Order filled.
I didn't want to tell them that before they stood up. They'll end
Order
up being
filled. Order
useless.
submitted.
So this one is from you know where? Don't worry. I think you're gonna be okay.
Order canceled.
I'll
Here we
be
go.
behind you. Now, look, we have to take care of our farmers. We have to take care of people that run leisure hotels.
40.
We have to take care of that. But most importantly, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And Biden let in thousands and 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? Many, almost 50% of them murdered more than one person. He let them into our country. They emptied out the jails of countries from all over the world, from the Congo, from Venezuela, from all over the place. They emptied out the jails. Many of them, I would. If I were running one of the countries, I would have emptied out my prison population into the U.S., and many countries did. And we're getting them out. Okay, we're getting them out. Thank you very much. Let's watch this. Brian, go ahead. You okay? Yeah.
Can you comment on the impact of the truck car?
Yeah, we have a thing called the trump card. This has not been done before, I thought of. And for $5 million, this is
He's going for high day,
even working for companies like Apple, I think is going to buy a lot of them. Because they can't get people into the country. You know, if you come in through the southern border, you have no problem. You can be a criminal, you can be a drug dealer, you have no problem. But if you go and graduate number one in your class from a great school, you can't get a job because there's no access you can't get a green card. So we're going to sell that to people, in some cases wealthy, in some cases not wealthy. They'll be paid for by universities. Look at Harvard; they got $53 billion. That whole thing is coming to an end. It's amazing what we found out. What a disgrace! They have $53 billion. We gave them 5, 6, and some people say it's as much as $9 billion over a short period of time. So that's very much coming to it. They want to make.
Maybe pump now. FOMC is gonna dump it.
President Donald Trump outside
Yeah.
White House, standing with the folks that are the workers that are there to put in place the 2 new flagpoles that he is donating to the White House. There's going to be a flag raising ceremony at 11 a.m. But really taking questions from reporters on a number of issues, from Iran to immigration, as far as what investors are paying attention to there. First of all, on Iran, what he said, I mean, he didn't give much in terms of whether the U.S. would intervene more aggressively, militarily. He said that they have reached out to talk. He said it was too late on the talks, but still sort of left the open question of whether there could be some sort of negotiation. Said that he may strike, he may not strike. He's got to make that decision, and obviously wouldn't give any answers on that front. As far as too late, he really went after Fed Chair Jay Powell, just piled on ahead of the Fed chair this afternoon out with the rate decision and his news conference. President Trump reiterated his call, sort of doubled and tripled down on his call for the Fed to be lowering interest rates. This time he said, David, that they should lower by 2.5 points, which is ridiculous, and nobody.
50 basis
Right,
Even
points.
with some options,
So
they come on
25
that.
basis point cut wouldn't even be enough for him. By the way, the Fed is not scheduled to cut at all today because the Fed is still worried about tariff inflation materializing, and so they've been very much on hold. And the message we're expected to get out of the Fed is we are going to remain.
Which one's higher? Is it SPIDA's
on hold to see
higher
what
than
happens with
QQQ
inflation
or
and with
all-time
jobs. The
high?
president's point is that it would save the U.S. a lot of money on interest rate payments to pay off the debt, which is costing $1 trillion per year. He's not wrong
today,
about that
the
fact. But
18th,
again, the Fed has other
so for the
considerations, namely its
20th.
dual mandate, which is to keep inflation in check and job growth.
Yeah, there's also no guarantee that longer-term paper would get any less expensive if the Fed cut.
She puts
at the short end.
$5.15,
By the way,
$50.
Jay Powell, appointed by Donald Trump back in the day.
Well, he kind of went after his
Yeah,
former
he did
Treasury
begin
Secretary Mnuchin
He
for
did,
that.
begin his remarks by saying Mnuchin didn't do a good job on that
Give me
one.
good advice on that.
And clearly made it,
Friday.
clear as he has before he doesn't like Powell, although he said
Order filled.
he's tried.
Order
He's tried to be
submitted.
nice, nasty, nothing works.
He called him a stupid person. He also suggested, and
Yeah,
we'll just lay
COVID
this one
just
to rest.
flushed. It
Can
won't
I
hit,
can
for
I be
sure.
the head of the Fed? I would be very good at the head of the Fed. So the answer is no, right? The president appoints the chairman of the Fed, who is a member of the board of governors. It has to be appointed by the Senate for a 4-year term. I mean, it's pretty constitutionally and statutorily order filled separate. The president of the United States and the chair of the Federal Reserve.
You see what ads, bro? You can copy trade all Project X to auto firms.
Senior counselor also joins
That
us
is
now.
crazy.
Richard had served as former director of policy planning for the Department of State from 2001 to 2003. Richard, we're wondering what your take is on Iran and whether you can read anything into the president's recent statements, whether it's on social media or just now, about what the U.S. does next.
Good answer is no, but he has a big decision to make. Quite honestly, either way, it's consequential, even fateful. Whether he is prepared to use military force, my own recommendation is that he would explicitly give Iran one last time-limited opportunity to make a deal, and the deal would have quite demanding of Iran and the
Trader Bate's supposed to do that
but it
too
would give
later.
Iran relief from sanctions. Obviously, the regime
Order
would survive.
submitted.
It would bring about a ceasefire more broadly. So I would hope that the Iranians might find that attractive, but if not, I do think there's a case for the United States using force to diminish.
You actually can't do it in the live. It's on the contract.
So you see a realistic scenario where the current regime,
Oh yeah. That's true.
can stay in place and Iran cannot be a nuclear threat?
Absolutely. Look, Iran has made big decisions before. the previous Ayatollah, the first Ayatollah,
Yeah.
made the decision to end the Iran-Iraq war, as difficult as that was for him. He compared it to drinking poison. If you're the leader of a
I don't
country,
think they should care for evals, but funded, yeah, I can understand. You can't hedge on funding.
Decisions. But absolutely, I would think that regime change is a more likely scenario if the military situation continues than it is if there's some kind of an outcome, particularly if the outcome brings economic benefits.
Order filled.
Oh, we hit new high. Wow.
For those who are hoping and believe that perhaps regime change is a real possibility, what would that even look like? Is there an opposition party or their leaders that conceivably could fill a vacuum to actually take over?
Regime change is a wish, it's not a strategy. You can't go to a military leader and say, build an operation and
Let's see the
carry it
3
out
minutes.
that brings me
3 minutes did that more upside too.
You can't use military force with any confidence to do
Shoot,
that.
we might get all-time high
So
soon.
it's a long shot. Two, if it were to happen, you're right. You don't know what it brings. There's no organized opposition within Iran. It could bring about some type of a military leader, an intelligence leader, somebody else who's strong in the religious political.
Too bad. Frozen shot. We'll work on getting Richard back up.
What's next target
there.
is?
But that is one of the important questions. Remember, Aaron David Miller, who is also an expert, told us yesterday that it was a pretty fragmented opposition situation. And Richard, sorry we lost you there for a moment. You were saying the likelihood that there is some sort of opposition takeover. Richard?
Yes, I'm here. I hear you fine.
Okay. So what were you saying about the likelihood of that kind of scenario?
Well, again, the regime change is it's a wish. It's not a strategy. You can't count on it. You don't know what would follow, even if you had regime ouster. So I just don't think either Israel or the United States could or should make regime change central to what it is they do. Going after the nuclear capabilities, that's a legitimate, to some extent, achievable option if the United States gets involved. Regime change, again, I would put off to the side.
Okay, Richard, we appreciate you joining us today, fresh off those comments from the president as we try to figure out what's next in this evolving conflict.
Let's get to the Fed this morning. Our next guest does expect a rate cut to come in September. Joining us this morning to discuss is Evercore ISI Vice Chair Krishna Guha. Krishna, welcome back. Good to see you again.
Great to see you.
Doesn't sound like you expect any change today, even on the dots, but what kind of soft guidance do you think he might give about the fall?
Look, I think that the Fed's going to stay very much in wait-and-see mode today. Now, we've had some interesting data come in, right? The top-tier data for May, pretty reassuring, right? The labor market, unemployment, payroll gains, still pretty solid. Inflation report was good, surprisingly didn't show inflation pressure from tariffs even in goods. So far so good, but as you guys know, housing starts, the wider retail sales, some softness here and there. And I think the real point as far as the Fed's concerned is it's just very
I think he lost like 150K one time. Took him like a week to get it back.
July, August. And going into what they're teeing up as a decision point, go, no go, in September. So I think that's going to really be the main thrust of the meeting today. I think the key Fed leadership
Oh no, I don't think so. Never. No. No, it was he was bag holding. Yeah, he was bag holding. It was negative 200 something, but he was just holding it. He held over the weekend. Came out green.
We'll look at this and say, look, you can see from this close division between Fed officials as to what they think might be appropriate, but it really is going to depend on how the data falls.
I know you can't read too much into what the president is calling for Chair Powell to do, which now is 250 basis points of cuts, 2.5 points. However, his term is up next year, and the president appoints the next Fed chair. So are we looking at a scenario next year where there might be probably less pushback, more independence, and a lot more rate cutting?
So certainly, you're only seeing folks in the market bets, right, on the idea that Fed's shifting more dollars after Powell's term expires in May 26. But remember, the market will continue to.
I think he has either 2 mil or 1 mil account. Yeah, 2 mil. Yeah, it was 2 mil. Yeah.
if you do cut front-end rates by more
It gets only 500,000.
conditions, given inflation pressures, what will happen is the market will start to expect more inflation. They'll start to worry that Fed independence is being eroded away, even if you don't have that dismissal issue because Trump's got his own guy in place. And that would actually put upward pressure on longer-term yields. You could end up with yields that are higher, not lower in that environment. Steeper curve, for sure.
That's like emerging market stuff that, you know, less independence of the central bank. Is there truth though in the, you know, he calls him too late Powell. You just laid out some of the economic
6 years, 7 years. Fish is longer.
that we're seeing. While we're also seeing softer pressure on inflation. Is there risk that
crypto
the Fed
like
is
back
too
in
late when it
2008.
comes to cutting?
So look, the Fed is not infallible.
Trading.
And there's always a risk the Fed could be late or too early. I think the key fact that isn't properly represented in the president's comments is that there are risks on both sides of the debt, right? There are downside risks relating to growth and employment, but there are upside risks relating to inflation.
It's before Coinbase. I forgot what firm it was I used.
Inflation might not turn out to just be a one-time thing. It starts getting embedded in the underlying inflation process. So what the Fed needs
Way
to
before
do
Coinbase.
is exercise two-sided risk management. And right now, that I think reasonably calls on the Fed to stay on hold, accumulate some more information. By September, my hunch is that on split out probabilities, I think we'll have seen enough weakening in the labor market for the Fed to judge that that risk balance is best served by cutting rates to lean against a deeper weakening in the economy.
How do you cancel this? I don't think you can cancel. This is weird. There's no option to cancel this videos. The blown eval? Because I YOLO on it on the short.
Certainly echoes what Powell has said to date. And we'll see what we get this
I
afternoon.
don't know.
Krishna, as always, our
But this
appreciation.
one, the one that Doc gave me, it's a free one.
Meantime, the crypto sector notching a big legislative win last night as this key stablecoin bill passes in the Senate. We'll talk about what investors need to know after a break. Of course, it is
a
Fed
screenshot.
Decision Day. The chair is set to speak in a few hours. We'll talk to former Fed Vice Chair Alan Blinder here with his predictions when we're back in a couple of minutes.
I hope it, because you know how Apex, you get the free one and they still charge you on the renewal if you fail. Yeah, on Apex, but here you can't. Oh, that's true.
Personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Bugatti
Yeah.
self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized
free.
my treatment goals. Bugatti can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle
Yeah, Doc said they won't charge anything.
Bugatti for a weekend away, Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Because I don't really use it much on there.
Use Bugatti if you're allergic to its ingredients.
So all I have now is just a static to YOLO. Everyone will see.
Injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history.
Yeah, it was this month. I gave them all out.
Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Bugatti self-injection.
Reducing
I hope they get Project X soon.
Treatment? My way. Ask your neurologist about Bugatti.
When logic bends, when certainty is factor, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn?
Really?
Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Our service now connects every corner of your business, putting AI to
Are you paying for your? Are you paying for your quant tower?
every corner. So can you charge focus on people, not trust.
Sick to take a sick day.
IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff so she can work with big stuff.
Agents like secret agents.
Secret agents I control.
It's your mind.
You know, I've had a secret agent once.
You haven't touched yet, but house you on, right?
It's the info she needs to get the job done. Nick, what did we say about touching?
No touching.
Good. AI helps.
How much is the activation fee?
Before their problems.
For real?
It helps. ServiceNow
not
is
bad.
the only platform that connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people.
Oh, so we all work better together. My work here is done.
Excuse me, which way back?
See, in the early morning, yeah, early time, they should pay. Should.
With a strong economy,
Oh, wow, we got a payout.
market, but potential tariff impact. The president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power lunch today 2 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
The crypto industry getting a major legislative win after the Senate passed the Genius Act last night. Mackenzie Sagales is here at Post 9 to give us some of the details.
Hey, good morning, David. You've got Bitcoin down 4% over the past week, now trading just below $105,000. Ether has lost nearly 10% in that same stretch. The drop comes
Yeah, you gotta remind me on that one.
The dollar gains strength, and traders await today's Fed decision on
Yeah.
interest rates, all of which are adding pressure to those risk assets. But the weakness in crypto prices
No
comes just as
accent.
the industry locks in its biggest legislative win yet.
Order submitted.
The Senate passing the Genius Act, the first federal framework for stablecoins. It allows private companies to issue their own digital dollars with the government's blessing,
Yeah.
but only under strict
Were there any complaints on them or no?
backing, monthly audits, and robust anti-money laundering checks. Now, lawmakers say it protects consumers while reinforcing the dominance of the U.S. dollar. The bill now moves to the House, which has its own version dubbed the Stable Act. Both bills ban yield-bearing consumer stablecoins, but they diverge on who gets to regulate them. Now, reconciling the two could take months, especially as House Republicans weigh attaching a broader market structure package. Meanwhile, Wall Street and big tech are already making moves. You've got Amazon and Walmart reportedly looking at stablecoin style payments, and JP Morgan saying that it plans to roll out a deposit token called JP.
That's weird that they did that on their Twitter.
Offers similar features for institutions,
It's bad.
including 24/7 settlement and interest, all within the traditional banking system.
I thought he's just an
What's the
influencer.
difference between the Genius Act and the Stable Act, which has also been in the House? And I don't know, they might reconcile those two. One of the big things comes down to authority. So Treasury gets a lot of broad authority over the stablecoin market with the Genius Act. And so you've got Scott Bessent weighing in last week saying that if this goes through within the next few years, the stablecoin market's going to nearly 8x up to $2 trillion. And then on the other side, the House kind of spreads out that authority among the OCC, Fed, and other regulators. There are also different specifics, different
Order submitted.
what
Average
foreign
down
issuers
on
are able to
me.
do, which is really crucial because Tether, of course, foreign issuer of a US dollar pegged stablecoin accounts for more than 60% of this market. Okay, well, let's see how it progresses in the House next. Mackenzie, thank you for the rundown. Time now for a CNBC News update. Silvana now has it for us. Morning, Silvana. Good morning to you. Defense Secretary Hexet's testifying right now before the Senate Armed Services Committee in his 4th trip to Capitol Hill this month. The hearing is supposed to focus on the Defense Department's budget request, but senators are expected to grill Hexet over a number of topics, including the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Meanwhile, the military says it activated another 2,000 National Guard troops in Los Angeles. That brings the total deployment to at least 4,100 troops and 700 Marines. Now, the move comes after protests against federal immigration policies in LA died down and after the city's mayor lifted a nighttime curfew. The military says the reinforcements are needed to support the protection of
Why do people pay for those? I don't get it. They actually look at the tradings.
And Tropical Storm Eric is now a Category 1.
I don't know, but why do people pay for it though?
Center says the Pacific storm is expected to deliver life-threatening flash floods to parts of southern Mexico tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Forecasters say Eric could become a Category 3 storm by the time it makes landfall near Acapulco, Sarah. Okay, we'll watch it. Thank you, Silvana. Investors are waiting to hear what Fed Chair Jay Powell says in today's news conference. Former Federal Reserve Vice Chair Alec Blinder will be here to tell us what he thinks could happen, what the Fed Chair could say next. Plus, we've got a fresh read on how the consumer is holding up with the CEO of sports betting player DraftKings. Shares sitting nearly 30% off their highs. Don't go anywhere.
Order submitted.
CNBC Crypto World is sponsored by
Order
Crypto.com,
filled.
by over 100 million users
Order
worldwide.
submitted.
119.
Order submitted.
Isn't always better. Smaller AI models can deliver the right results and help reduce AI costs up to
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order
Order
filled.
filled.
Wow, all this feed almost
Order
gone.
submitted.
So what's to the upside? That's
Order
crazy.
filled.
Order filled. Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you
Order
need to plan for
canceled.
retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not
Order
setting
submitted.
retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Luxury meets performance.
All-time high coming up. Shoot.
Peter Millar. Insurify.
All-time high on AQ.
Easy to cut your car insurance. Just go to Insurify.com. Compare dozens of quotes in a few clicks. Get out the middleman so you can cut your
Oh no, oops. Still a long way. All-time high is 22,780. So not yet.
And are learning a lot. Thanks to Google, Pedro knows more than he wanted to about gravel.
Get you funded.
And Judy wouldn't call herself a plumber, but she dabbles.
Wait.
If you do the, because it's trade away because the data's slow, but you do what is it? The X feed, you'll get it within like 20 minutes. Yeah.
Order filled.
Yeah.
I call him too late, pal, because he's always too late. I mean, if you look at him, every time I did this, I was right 100%. He was wrong. Maybe I should go to the Fed. Am I allowed to appoint myself, Doug? I don't know. Am I allowed to appoint myself at the Fed? I do a much better job than these people.
As Sarah told us, he's not allowed to appoint himself to the Fed. Of course, that was the president a few moments ago. He was slamming Fed Chair Powell, as he's done a number of times, of course, as the Federal Reserve convenes and is expected to announce its rate policy for the rest of the year. Joining us now is our former Fed Vice Chair, Alan Blinder. Alan, good to have you. Tariffs going to be what one would imagine an important sort of focus, certainly in the press conference.
Order filled.
Where do you stand in terms of the inflationary impact of tariffs, which we have yet to really see in any significance? Is it still coming?
I think it's still coming. I stand exactly where you are. That we haven't seen
I
much
got some more shorts.
yet. The tariffs have been announced, unannounced, announced, unannounced. I think at this point, nobody, certainly including me, knows where they're going to wind up. I'm talking about tariffs against our major trading partners, China, Canada, the EU. But, you know, some are going to stay confusing the UK with the EU, but the EU is the big, quote, country. It's not a country, but I think the markets are actually paying too little attention.
Order
Not that they
submitted.
know what's going to happen, neither do I, to the oil situation.
Why?
I mean, who in the world knows what's going to happen with the current strife in the Middle East?
Order
How is the
canceled.
price of oil? I mean, happen in general, we don't know. But in particular, in the narrow economic
Order
sphere,
submitted.
what's going to happen to the price of oil? It could be a big nothing, or it could be a very big deal. And that's a huge uncertainty, rivaling the uncertainty over tariffs, maybe even larger.
Yeah, although our viewers
Order
are looking at a
filled.
chart right now. I mean, it shows
Order
oil
filled.
was higher than this only,
Order
not that
submitted.
many months ago, Alan. I mean, we have dealt with far higher oil prices without having that large an impact on the economy, it would seem.
Yeah, no, it's the speed of increase. we can deal with much higher oil prices in time. But if they shoot up because, suppose they close the Straits of Hormuz and oil shoots up over $100
Order
in
cancel.
a very short period of time, that's a shock to all the industrial
That's nice.
economies. Hopefully it won't happen. But as we sit here today, who knows what's going to happen over there?
How tight is the Fed policy where it is right now?
I wouldn't call it very tight. I just saw the president on your network say Powell is so stupid he should cut interest rates 200 basis points.
250, yeah.
That suggests it's very, very tight. It's not very tight. Look, we're looking at a 2.5% inflation.
So it's not really a one-time fee. If you pass, your admin fee is $129.
Short-term interest rate. It's not a huge
Yeah.
real interest rate. It's a little high, a little
I
tight.
think
That's where the Fed wants it, just a little bit tight. And as
I think that's what I
Powell
meant.
said,
Yeah.
given the behavior of the economy, it is not sinking like a stone. It may not be sinking at all.
Yeah, their wording is bad.
Watch and wait
Yeah.
to see how these
It basically, they try to be like Lucid, where you have no monthly fee. You know what I mean? But you still have to pay your activation. Oh, you don't trade on Lucid, do you? So Lucid is nothing. It's like you just pay the one fee and you just let it sit there, or just take your time to trade. There's no monthly fee. If you pass, and then you just pay your wait, no, I'm sorry. If you pass, you pass. There's no activation fee. So that's expensive. Then the one you show me. Once you pass, yeah, you sign a contract and you get on funded and it's free. But that one's expensive. The screenshot you showed me, that's stupid expensive.
You're watching housing in particular this week. That NAHB number, third lowest since 2012. Residential construction spending's negative year on year. We always say housing punches above its weight when it comes to GDP, but is that worth considering more?
Sure. I mean, look, that's one of the sectors the Fed, I remember this from my time at the Fed. This is nothing new. That's one of the sectors the Fed
So is that 340 after the discount, or that's just the normal pricing? Okay, so it'll be cheaper.
And those are mostly housing and automobiles.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Don't forget, as your question suggests.
So basically, it's the same thing as Lucid, but just more expensive, and they have the same platform. So
Spending on new housing is what I mean. Is something like 4% of.
yeah, Lucid's the same way. You just leave it there forever.
Lately to know the decimal place. It's not like the consumer, which is closer to 70% of GDP.
Alan, thank you. As always, pleasure. Don't miss, by the way, CNBC special coverage of today's Fed decision. We'll have the news conference as well, of course, with Ben Powell. That kicks off at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Meantime, the CEO of DraftKings is coming up. We'll get his read on the consumer and talk about this growing regulation in the sports betting space. Amazon CEO Andy Jassy had that new warning for his workforce yesterday around AI and what it's going to mean for headcount. We'll get to those details later this hour.
Order filled. Order submitted.
By CME Group.
Order submitted.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals
Order filled.
We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design
which one?
strategies to help you get there.
What do you mean, like, give me anything? Like, just pick?
It's time.
No. I'm not trading it.
The stock market is in chaos.
I could have asked, but I didn't ask. I didn't. Because I don't know how to I just don't know how I'm gonna trade because I have my web browser for Lucid and then my phone is for Phidias. Yeah, I can't connect them to Ninja Trader, so I don't know. I can't add anymore. You know what I mean?
Most people
I
freeze up. They just
I
hope
don't, and I
everything
don't
will get
don't want to pay
gradually
monthly
better.
on
And
a
it's a
quant.
recipe for disaster. You need a big picture plan, and you need to take specific actions starting today. My new briefing lays out what we expect to happen in the markets this year and in 2026
Yeah,
as well.
you can add autos and quant, but Doc told me you have to pay $35 monthly to have multi providers on there
Markets in both 2023 and 2024. Visit the website on your screen
at the
to
same
see my
time.
detailed briefing in full.
But you have to disconnect and reconnect to another one, right? Yeah.
Adapts to law. Gathering around for game day
Yeah.
one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow,
Well, no, Ninja Trader I connect everything.
this love sack adapts to life.
Yeah.
Our life.
4 weeks has been on a unique and truly extraordinary journey as we build the infrastructure that allows artificial intelligence to achieve its potential. We have built what is one of the most amazing companies and will be one of the most foundational.
Blew my eval.
delivered to the world.
Nice. Yeah, I was deep stuck on a short. It's still 3-1, so it's okay, but I still a couple more evals on short. I don't think I'm gonna make it out. I'm at 978. Long way to go.
It's my favorite thing to do.
I actually got QQQ puts 515 for Friday, so it might hit.
It will raise taxes on sports wagers.
Yeah,
Sports betting
I
platform
hope. I don't
DraftKings
know.
introducing a 50-cent transaction fee per bet in Illinois in response. Now other states could be on the radar too. DraftKings CEO
You see around the
Jason
Mugo?
Robbins joins us now.
Mugo got a payout on Apex 2000.
Conference. Jason, it's good to see you. Welcome.
Got denied the first time because you know, over the negative 30% and came back, tried again and got the 2000, and then 8 more days, another 2000 coming up. Because Mugo ran it up like crazy.
September 1st. You know, this is a recent development. The Illinois legislature.
That's PA number 1, dude.
For the second time
And
in
that
2
was
years,
crazy.
taxes.
That's happened to me too. My first time I tried on Apex, got $2,000 payout.
Tax of 50 cents, which you know makes
Again,
no
it's
sense if you're betting $1, 50 cents, or even if you're betting $5 or $10, we can't make a profit anymore. So the only way that we're able to actually execute and take those bets from the state is to pass that tax on to the consumer. So all it's going to do is drive people to the illegal market or drive people to bet more. It makes no sense, and it was done in the dead of night. We had no warning. I actually met with legislative leaders in the weeks before the budget was released, and they made no mention of this. So it's sort of crazy how it all went down, but unfortunately they made that decision, and now in order to be able to, you know, actually offer the product in the state, this is something that we unfortunately have to do, and hopefully, you know, there'll be some blowback and they'll reconsider.
So you think the result of this is that
I think we'll pull
instead of
back
betting the
later
thing because it'll be too expensive, they're going to go to
J-Pop
illegal
comes on.
black market, or I guess smaller players as well?
Yeah.
Well, smaller players have to pay the same thing. So I mean, I think if you're
I'm gonna stream the whole thing today and do a
Much
giveaway.
business, I guess, in Illinois, so maybe they can absorb it better.
right. No, not really. You think about, say somebody wants to make a bet of $1. You know, the actual profit margin on that bet is probably about 10 cents.
Oh,
You're gonna
before
charge
speech,
50
so I want to
cents
get it
plus
done.
the tax on the 10 cents. So
So the Lucid thing is gonna be on the YouTube. Bot's gonna pick for that one.
take that bet no matter what your size and scale. So anyone in the legal market is going to be damaged by this, and it's just going to drive bettors to the illegal
Yeah, on
market or
YouTube, you
drive them
just
to bet bigger
on
amounts,
YouTube.
one of the two.
Yeah, you gotta get 10 points, so make sure you have 10 points now.
To the industry, just strategically, we know that when you grow a new business
Yeah.
out of nothing, the states are
Yeah,
going
you
to
should
see
be
the
fine,
money.
yeah.
They're in need as well. They're going to go after it through taxes.
No, no, it doesn't go away. It only reset end of the month.
Well, I think it's an education issue. I think some of the people making these decisions don't understand that they're not taxing our profits.
thought you
they're
did
actually
Lucid,
taxing
didn't
our
you? No,
revenue,
no,
taxing our revenue,
you
they're
didn't.
taxing our gross receipts. So
Because
effectively,
you did the
you know,
Trader
Illinois
Finds, the algorithm
becomes
now.
a very, very large percentage of the revenue, which means that any investment product or any other parts of the business have to be cut back. You know, obviously that's
Maybe
something that I
your
think we need to do a
your
better job
size and maybe the
educating.
150 account was better
You know,
for
I
you.
think
You know what I
that's
mean? Some people
largely
do
part of the
really
issue.
bad
I
at
think part of it
50K,
also
and some people
is
do
that, you
really
know, up
good on
until
150.
now,
So I suck
you know,
at
there's only been a
anything
handful
over
of states,
50K.
and I think that what you're seeing is that states are in budget crises and they're looking at things like this. They're also looking at iGaming legalization, and more states are looking at sports betting legalization, which is great too. So I think you'll see benefits as well as some of these tax increases, but ultimately it's the consumer that's going to pay, because whether it gets passed along in the direct form that is happening in Illinois, or whether it comes in the form of incentives cuts or budget cuts to fixed costs like product
Sorry, I had
development,
to get
it's
this
going to
thing
ultimately
done.
hurt the customer and drive activity
Oh, what
in
were you
the
saying?
market that pays no taxes, provides no consumer protection.
I didn't hear you.
Easy for minors to get on it. That you know, all sorts of things that we don't want. That was the exact purpose of legalizing or regulating this industry.
Yeah, you have to. It takes a long time to pass too.
Other states following suit?
Well, so far, thankfully, it's only been a handful of states. I
But
think
you,
most
you seen
policymakers
Carter's,
get
right?
it,
He
and
all his
understand that
accounts
you
150 or
have to
higher.
set reasonable rates in order to be able to have the industry succeed and compete against illegal operators. But that's again
Yeah.
something we have to continue to educate people on, and I think most, you know, thankfully, seem
But
to
on
understand
TPT,
that
the
now, but there
150
will
is
be
a
some we're
really good
operating in,
value.
like,
Because okay, so
28 states now.
again, it was at
So there's always
9,000
gonna
to
be
pass,
somewhere
right?
there's something good going on and somewhere where there's a challenge, I think.
Yeah.
The
No,
strength
no,
of
no,
the
no, no. I'm
market,
talking
how
about
cyclical
no, I'm talking about take profit. So it's 9,000 to pass, but once you're underfunded, all you need is over 4,000 just to start getting cash out daily.
Phase of the industry, so
So that's,
hard
I don't know, to me, I think
you
that's
to
really
be
good.
able to unmask anything that might be happening when you're seeing strong growth rates, underlying growth rates. But
And I
we
see,
also look at all sorts of customer level metrics. What's the bet frequency, average bet size, how often, how many
yeah,
sports people are engaging with, all sorts of things. And every metric
but
we look at looks
4,000,
like it's in line or better than expectations. So I think from that standpoint, feel great about how we're dealing with the customer. People love the product. Retention numbers are fantastic. We have great
yeah.
feedback from the customer satisfaction side. It's really, you know, I think great story on
But
that.
4,000, actually it's 4,500.
Thank you for the update today at the Jeffries Conference. We appreciate it. Jason Robbins, the CEO of
Thank you for having me.
Meantime, Amazon CEO raising a red flag for his employees when it comes to AI. We'll talk about what he said in this new memo after this.
Yeah.
Shares of Oracle today. Guggenheim raises the target on the name to 250 as the stock looks for a near 30% gain on the month, which would be the best monthly performance in about 3 years. Back in a moment.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up. Public is the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs. It's a simple way.
Yeah, I'm just taking it slowly. But I actually like taking $50 out every week and every day. It adds up.
Ooh, the most deal ratings in complete vehicle history for car gurus. That's how. Boom.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right.
Yeah.
That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's
For me, 25K is good, but for gambling, I think the higher one's good because do YOLO a lot.
And their Lovesack couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesack adapts to life, our life.
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
And there have been 3 chapters in the company's life. This one is the one I'm most excited about.
With a strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts, the president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell
Yeah,
message
same
to
with me.
investors. Power Lunch today 2 Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
Ricotta Cherry. Make every day more flavorful with one delicious drop. Ricotta Cherry.
Prime Day is coming July 8th to the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next.
Dude, that's crazy you did that. Yeah, but still. Maybe shit the dump. Oh, you were up 600 over the buffer. Oh, you got greedy.
Amazon CEO Andy Jassy says the company
Sometimes you see those payouts. You see people getting like $2,000-$3,000 payout on those TPT. You get, you know, you want to FOMO in. I hate that.
More people doing other types of jobs, and that employees should learn how to use AI tools and experiment and figure out how to get more done with scrappier teams. Of course, any number of companies, at least, certainly a question we have entertained at this desk, Carl, many times, and will continue to, is just how big the impact will be on employment overall from AI, which again, we are in the earliest stages of. Certainly the agentic age of AI is just beginning.
Yeah, I always think, you know, Jassy's always been really prescient on workplace sort of dynamics. Back out, if you remember, during coming out of COVID, when people were really not back at the office, he had a blog where he talked about the kinds of work that gets done after a meeting in person, right? The sort of impromptu meeting after the meeting.
You don't know how much they spend. You know they don't show the red.
He said well before return to office was a real thing.
No, he told me he did say he was negative last year.
Smarter, obviously AI
Yeah.
tools make them more efficient. By the way, this is
Last year, but he said this year he's positive. He said this year if Apex pay him out this time, he should be net positive. So, you know, you can check Twitter, they don't ever show the red. It's always green, green, green.
Come up any number of times among some investors I've spoken to. Obviously, in part, if you've owned it, you've done extremely
Those
well.
people,
But then trying to put it in perspective,
they spend a lot, like 50,000 to make 70,000. Or sometimes it's been like, I think Farmer said he spent like 80,000. Oh, he was negative 80 last year, and this year he finally made it all back. So you spend a lot.
Maybe something investors start to look at as well.
I mean, the labor market's going to shift, and companies are going to have to figure out how to reskill, how to manage their workforces.
3,000 per year, and you can, let's say that you're down like 60,000 one year, right? Every year you just roll 3,000 over. So for like next 20 years you can just write it off, but that's just for 1 year of your red.
Said it like 10 times today. I'm just
Does it mean you have to repeat it?
No.
Yeah, you have to ask Doc. He did it on his personal, but it's hard, and you get audited. That's why I don't do it. But like a lot of people open LLC for a reason. You can get more back. That too. So you know how on your personal, let's say that you're down like 20 grand this year, and you can only claim 3,000 on it per year. Yeah, but LLC you can claim the whole thing. So it'll save you a lot on tax. But personal you can't, so you eat the cost. So
I don't feel so good. What did you do?
and then you can expense everything when you're on the LLC. A lot of people does LLC for prop firms.
Experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Yeah.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
And it's still not gonna dump. What the hell?
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand at GNC that stands above the rest. It's Super Beats by Human. Discover why more cardiologists recommend Super Beats for heart health support than any other beet brand at livehuman.com.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
Silver is a 10-year high, including silver. Both
Let me see. 15 minutes still looks. 3 minutes looks like it's gonna go down, but 15 minutes got a lot more upside. So I'm thinking it's gonna be. We're gonna moon for FOMC. I hope not.
PGIM has established a track record of helping investors capitalize on growth opportunities. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow, today.
Yeah.
The only guy who can compare in terms of confidence. When you're Steph Curry, there's brand value there, there's brand awareness.
Curry Gang, the business of Stephen Curry. Stream now on CNBC Plus.
Order submitted.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl Kingston here with Sarah Eisen, live post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, former NEC Director Gary Cohn's with us on the latest geopolitical risks for stocks.
I think so. SPY, QQQ, and then it'll drop.
From the president.
Stablecoin regulatory framework, what it means for the growing crypto sector ahead.
Alden versus Zuckerberg and all these implications for the tech talent wars. We're going to explore what it means for the AI race at large. Meantime, markets have been trying to put together a pretty steady build here since the relatively flat open. Dow's up 260, S&P back above 6K, VIX back below 20, as we did have that inside day yesterday, waiting for headlines on Israel-Iran, which has been relatively quiet tape this morning.
Yeah, no real change in terms of we're still wondering what the U.S. does next. It's the AI trade that continues to fuel this market. Broadcom, Amazon, Tesla, Apple, Nvidia, Marvell. That's what's working today. Let's start there as investors count down to today's Fed decision. Markets are pricing in all but certain continued pause in cuts. Meanwhile, the president last hour slamming the Fed chair, once again calling for him to lower rates, this time even more. Listen.
We should be 2 points lower. It'd be nice to be 2.5 points lower. We'd be saving $800 billion, $700 billion. That's a lot of money. Take it for nothing, for absolutely nothing. We'd save $600, $700, $800 billion. We have, I think we're 38th now in interest, and we should be number one. We should be the lowest.
With us now at Post 9, former Goldman Sachs president, current IBM vice chair, Gary Cohn. Gary also served as President Trump's director of the National Economic Council during the first term. Welcome back. It's good to have you.
Good to be here.
Should the Fed be cutting 2 to 2.5 points?
No. You know, as we've talked many times on here, the Fed is data dependent. And right now, the data, is coming in, I think, better than people perceive that it would be coming. So there's this perception versus reality. The reality of economic data today in the United States, at least up to the last week or two, has been quite normal, quite ordinary. There's this perception out there that data is going to get bad and going to get worse. And we see that in a lot of the soft data. The polling data says that we could be heading towards a downturn.
There's a little bit more slowing than that. Isn't there? Retail sales.
But remember, you and I had this conversation about retail sales.
You think it's
we believe, and I believe, a lot of big purchasers were pulled forward prior to the tariffs. People were very smart in this country, and they saw big tariffs coming for automobiles, for washing machines, for appliances. They pulled those purchases back into April, May, into early June. And so that money was spent. That money was spent in the system, and we were surprised how strong those retail sales numbers were. So if you look at the last 3 months together, retail sales have been about normal. This is the reality of perception versus reality. So now that money's been spent, and we sort of talked about how we thought the summer might get soft. I think the summer is going to get soft because consumers have done the consuming they're doing. The Fed acknowledges they're at a restrictive place right now. I mean, they're not fighting that. But they see an employment picture that continues to be relatively strong. And they see an inflation picture that is sort of at or just above their target. So they
luxury of doing nothing.
For how much longer?
Well, that's what we don't know. I mean, what we're waiting for is perception and reality to potentially collide, or maybe may never collide. If we stay in this muddle through economy, where we continue to create job growth and jobs stay relatively strong, and we do that without inflation, I think the Fed's on hold for the rest of the year. And so that would not surprise me to see the Fed sit at these rates for the rest of the year. I think more realistically, we probably see a little bit more weakness in the job market. You know, if you ask me where I think we end up, I think we end up with one rate cut. I think the dot plot today is the most interesting thing we'll see. I mean, you know, Chairman Powell have a lot to say, and I don't think we'll get a lot out of what he has to say. But the dots will tell us something. I think we'll see dispersion in the dots. I think we'll see dispersion from 2 cuts to 0 cuts.
You think they'll take away all?
I think there may be 1 or 2 people to take away all cuts. There may be.
Next month.
Yeah, they're worried. And so, but I think we're gonna.
No, I gotta go to Wisconsin for a wedding.
Some of your former colleagues at Goldman just reined in
Yeah, Milwaukee.
the unemployment rate this year to 4.4. Right, they're not expecting any. Even though I think their consensus in the back half is maybe payrolls get to 80K, 75K, something like that. Makes sense to you?
Yeah, no, it does. It's in line with what I'm thinking here. It's in line that we are going to continue to muddle through this economic situation. We've got some gives, we've got some takes. You know, we had this windfall of energy prices falling significantly since Inauguration Day. You know, I don't know if people noticed, we're basically back up to Inauguration Day prices.
Yeah.
You know, we've gone down.
Other people said that they waited for like 3 weeks to get the data fixed.
The tailwinds of lower oil prices, which to me is one of the most important factors when you're looking at inflation, that has come back to the existing levels. So, look, there may be some more inflationary pressures in here. I think the employment market stays relatively strong. And it may allow the Fed to just keep sort of kicking the can down the road to the end of the year.
Right. Speaking of that, on trade, do you see a trade framework of weight, right, of material weight coming our way in the next, by July 9 or by the beginning of the fall?
You know, I think we're all sitting here waiting to try and figure out what the trade tariff scenario is.
There we go. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
But we had the liberation date of April 2nd. We saw what the market impact and the media impact of that was. I don't think the White House is going to go through that a second time. We see that the White House has been trying to negotiate trade deals with some of our most important trading partners. I don't think we're at a place where we're going to announce a lot of trade deals between now and July 9th. So I think, again, like the markets, we're going to continue to muddle in this position where I have a view that we're going to talk about trade deals. We're going to talk about negotiating with some of our most important trading partners. We may get a framework. We may not get a framework. But I think we'll be in a position where tariffs will not dramatically impact the consumer in the United States. There may be some major tariff raises on some countries, but those countries may not export things to the United States that we care a lot or really drive economic growth.
I wanted to follow up on oil because you have commodity trading, right, in your blood, in your background. Does the price of oil make sense to you? The fact that, yes, we've seen it elevated on what's happening between Israel and Iran, but really the market overall and oil as well have brushed off a lot of risk here.
The markets have been unbelievably resilient to what's going on in the world. You know, had you woken up and we told you what was going on today, you would not think markets would be priced here. You know, the oil market is always going to be fairly volatile around these type of geopolitical instability, especially in oil-producing parts of the world. The oil market, like many commodity markets, is priced on the marginal barrel. So, you know, meaning if demand is greater than supply by 1 barrel, the whole market moves higher. If demand is lower than supply,
You got my DM, Gambit?
There's no fixed long-term contracts in the oil market.
Yeah, so don't spin.
In the spot market. So there's a perception that we could lose some barrels of oil of production out of the Middle East. And there's also perception there could be more consumption because of military activity. So therefore, the price of oil has priced in potentially the loss.
I don't know, I'm just emailing them, so you can do whatever later. You know what I mean?
If we find out that, you know, the military operations in the Middle East have come to an end, and they come
It's
to an
gonna
end,
be slow tomorrow, so I don't think you should even
drilling
trade.
capacity in the Middle East has not been damaged, the price of oil will most likely revert back to where it was a week ago.
Does it count as a day tomorrow?
And the
does it count as one day tomorrow? Because you know, like, accounts. Okay. But APEC doesn't.
You know, everything makes sense because it's the price today. And I think
Yeah,
people
that
fight
yeah,
the
Tradify,
prices
MFF, they
are
all say, yeah,
fighting
it's
a
a
losing
trading
battle.
day.
Companies are continuing
APEC
to
just
do well in the United
weird.
States. The equity market reflects the discounted future value of
They
our
need to approve my
earnings.
payout.
And you know, you're hearing from
I got
companies
kids to
day
feed
in
tomorrow.
and day out here how well their business is going. You talked about the AI trade. You talked about the amount of capex that's being
Oh,
spent, the investment that's going on, the efficiency that's going on. All of those things are
Yeah.
driving productivity and productivity growth.
Well, actually, they're
in the
living here
corporate
now,
world,
too.
which is being reflected in share price.
Do you see job growth or job loss picking
Down
up
the
as a
street.
result of AI adoption? I mean, IBM has talked a little bit
Yeah,
about this in the past,
gotta
and now
feed
we're
'em
starting
every
to hear
day.
other companies talking about it.
Look, I think this is a big reskilling issue. You know, if you go back through the history of the country or even the world and look at big technological advancements,
Wife's
there's
sisters.
always been
So
workers
sister-in-law
that have been
kid, yeah.
displaced because they had a skill that became obsolete relatively quickly. Fortunately,
They're in the
there
Air
were
Force.
new
They just got
skills
done.
that needed to. There were new jobs and new skills that needed to be filled relatively quickly.
Okay,
Take
but
the
not
most
like,
obvious
well,
one. The internal combustion engine. When we started driving cars, you know what? People didn't have to have people take care of the horses and put shoes on their horses and take care of stalls. So very quickly, someone who was a horse handler lost their job. But very quickly, we needed people that knew how to fix engines.
Oh, shit. There we go.
Order
And I'm out. Finally.
Retrain from those jobs. So when I look at what's going on in AI, companies are talking about people losing jobs. That probably
See, am I put screen? Yeah, I'm gonna put the screen.
tens of billions of dollars of investment of capex in data centers. Well, those data centers have to be built. Those data centers have to have people working.
Hell, that shit for 1 hour.
Those skills, we're reskilling people into those jobs, and we're just moving people from potentially clerical jobs into managing data centers. So again, a reskilling going on. So that people may be coming out of
It was going up this whole time, dude. I was stuck on the short.
they're going into the company that's selling them or leasing them data centers.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah, I'm flat on my funded, but my eval I'm still holding.
Operated by humans.
I'm down 11,000 on the tournament on the Ninja Trader.
Humans reskill to operate that.
I was up 30,000. Now I'm down. But it's okay. I'm gonna hold throughout the whole thing. You can swing those tournaments.
We've gone through this. You know, we've gone through the internet. We've gone through email. We've gone through efficient.
Ninja Trader, yeah, it's a free tournament.
Without having people to do it. Like I always remind people, when I first went to Goldman Sachs, there was a mail person on every floor. Someone had the job on every floor to print the memos by
No,
hand
I don't think so.
and deliver them to your mailbox to tell you to be at a meeting at a certain time.
You can win money.
Really
I
quickly
think
with email.
top 4 is like 600, 400, 300, 200,
Only
100.
got bigger because they redeployed those mail people and they made them client-facing people. And companies got bigger and they drove more revenue and they got more global. I think it's the same thing. We will reskill people
From Freelon?
so companies get bigger and they can cover more clients.
Do you think the impact's going to be bigger? Kramer always says dirty, dull, and dangerous jobs, or sort
You
of
thought about getting it too,
accounting,
didn't you?
legal, education, healthcare kind of jobs.
I think it's going to be a
You should have.
combination. I think we will see job disruption at almost all levels of the spectrum.
Yeah, it was a nice
Clearly,
bit.
on the mundane, rote, dead, and
3 minutes looks like it's gonna drop a little bit more. 15 minutes looks like more upside, so I can't tell. I don't think I want to touch my funding. I didn't hit my $100 on MFU, so no payout.
Plenty of AI machines reading legal documents today and giving you interpretation. There's high value uses, but it's allowing companies to do more things than they could when they had to outsource the law firms to read the documents.
Yeah.
Spiking the unemployment rate, ultimately.
Yeah, I was down negative 600, and I got out just now with $46.
Employment problem.
I don't want to keep trying.
Reskilled workers into places where we need them, into these data centers, into other types of highly value added skills that will help us grow our economy. That has been the history. You can't go back in history and tell me there's a time where that didn't happen.
All right, well, that makes me feel better. Look, no, that,
I have one last stuff for you because I saw that you on the no fault quantum stuff for IBM. I mean, the stocks go crazy all the time, but I don't know if viewers have a sense of what quantum is going to do.
you know, either crypto or to solving these really interesting problems, as Jensen Huang said the other day.
Yeah, well, look, we at IBM announced recently that we can now error correct our quantum system. Which, to put that in perspective, when we were talking about AI 2 or 3 years ago, everyone was talking about AI hallucinating and it would give you very bad answers and it wouldn't be reliable. So quantum today is quasi in that place where quantum works, but it can give you bad answers. It doesn't know to error correct. We've announced by the end of the decade, we have solved the issue that will make sure that the quantum computer knows to self-correct errors, which means it's commercially viable. And I think the market has started to understand that we will have a commercially viable quantum computer in this decade. There are enormous opportunities for the use in the quantum computer. From the basic logistics company, every time you make a decision, you affect every other decision. So if I drop this package off first, I can't drop that package off first. That's a simple way to look at it. To how I route my trucks. You know, if you could save 10% of the driving of a truck delivery system and burning millions of gallons of diesel a week, that's huge, substantial savings. In the science world and in the pharma world, the quantum computer can work multi-factor, multi-variable models. It can understand how it's going to affect science data and molecules. This is a whole new frontier for us. It's going to open up enormous opportunities and a lot of businesses.
Okay, last one, because we didn't touch on the big, beautiful bill, and I know you're super plugged in Washington, and with what's going on, deficit concerns that investors have, that politicians have, we got the rewrite on the Senate side. Where ultimately do you think this goes, and does it happen by July 4th?
I do not think it happens by July 4th. I think the X date or date that we run out of money in the
so many people want to do the
only forcing function in
TPT
Washington.
tournament.
And Washington will need a forcing function, which I think is sometime August, September.
The debt ceiling.
Yeah, debt ceiling. It feels like that the House and Senate are pretty far apart right now. And this bill is going to come down to 3 or 4 marginal votes in the House and the Senate to get it passed. And those 3 or 4 marginal votes are going to depend on 3 or 4 core issues. In the House, it's going to be the state and local tax deduction. So you've got some high tax House members that are Republican that have made a pledge that they will not support a vote. They will not support a bill that does not give their voters relief on salt tax. The Senate, I understand that the Republican senators don't care about that. So there's a complete disconnect between those two groups. Those two groups are going to have to come together to get a bill through the House and Senate. There's a big differentiation on Medicare right now and some of the other issues. These things will get worked out.
Later, buddy.
So what I think I do know and what I think I can say with conviction is we will have the big, beautiful bill passed. We will have the Trump tax extended. We will make the corporate side deductions, R&D, and interest deductions permanent. How they get there in the little innuendos on the personal side, I don't know.
You're not sure anything, are you, Gambit? Nothing, right?
It's too high not to. You know, we always talk about the cost of extending the bill, what it costs to extend the bill. We don't talk about the cost of not extending the bill and reverting back to the 2017 tax plan, which is a much more complicated system.
I got my
with
foot
much higher rates, with alternative minimum
$50
taxes, and all the complicatedness that goes with that. And that's much more devastating.
Yeah, it's barely green.
I'm sure you've been talking about that as someone who...
Yeah, I am gonna hold it for after. I might hold for tomorrow. I don't know. I think data's gonna kill me, or the DK is gonna kill me. So I might sell it after, or end of the day.
If the Senate does pass a key piece of that legislation on stable coins, we'll talk to Coinbase's Chief Policy Officer, break down what it means for the business.
Plus, the CEO of Fanatics, Michael Rubin, is here at Post 9. What he's seeing from the consumer right now is the head of a massive apparel business, plus insights into the sports betting markets as well, when Money Movers returns.
The number of public companies is shrinking, while the number of private companies is increasing. At Franklin Templeton, we're expanding access to the growing opportunity in private markets, offering the potential for greater diversification and enhanced returns. Through our world-class specialist investment managers, we are empowering advisors with solutions to build the portfolios of the future today. Alternatives by Franklin Templeton. your trusted partner for what's ahead.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me.
Yeah.
I just picked my top
Then Logan
candidates,
Paul
talked to
spent
great
like a
people
whole
with
bunch
their
and he
names.
lost a whole bunch on it.
The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring
Yeah,
4.
it's down big time. Is it up now? I think it's
Closed out
dead.
today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
How much is that?
At core unit,
I don't look at those anymore. I think that's only 22,000. From 500 to 22. Oh wow. Oh look, QQQ bot is short. Hell yeah. I mean, my put's gonna get some money. Yeah.
Protect your throat. Center with
Let me see where did it short test that? That's a long time ago. No, it was yesterday, 318.
Coat your throat.
And we're at 324.
July 8th to the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next. What's the move? There you go, King.
I can't really tell on Tesla.
Next. Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone.
Yeah, I heard it. It was on TV and all that. They did a bad job. I like Powell though. Yeah, he's not scared of Trump. He don't care what Trump said.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal
Are you
deal?
short?
Here's 1, 2, 3.
I have a lot short.
Get more than you expect. The $5 meal deal with new MFFU.
Welcome back. The Senate passing the Genius Act and that big win for the crypto industry. The bill, which now will head to the House, establishes some federal guardrails for stablecoins for the first time. Joining us this morning is Coinbase Chief Policy Officer Faryar.
I know Mark is boring. Should we do the Lucid now? Got nothing to do.
Looking at 18 Democrats voting for this, I wonder if you were even surprised at the level to which this was about.
Yeah, I got the. I'd say the 50. One of the 50 emails to do on YouTube. You can't do it because it's not trader bait. They're trying. And then Project X. I think that they might get Project X before trader bait. Yeah, Project X is nice. I like that too.
Explain to viewers what the industry you think can now do, at least more confidently with this in their pocket.
We have a payment system in the United States.
Let me get that set up.
On 20th century technology.
Streamlabs.
So think of it as though we're in 1990 and we're.
I don't think they're gonna do that. That's like too risky, and I think TPT is hurting. You know what I mean? That's other stuff they did too, with the affiliate, where you know how people give you links. Hey, click my links on the affiliate, and I'll get the credit. That doesn't work. You have to type in the code. You don't type in the code, they don't get anything. So like all those old school affiliates that does an email spam, you know, spam the email, hey, this is a promo, click on it, buy, and they get the credit. They don't get credit for that. So it's kind of a way to back on the affiliate money for them. So maybe they're hurting for money, I don't know. But payout hasn't been delayed, you know.
Revisit in some fashion. At the end of the day, legislation's about compromise, and I think both of
Yeah. Mine was approved quick, like 30 minutes last night.
The congressional leaders who are responsible for getting legislation through will have to figure out which one has the best chance of getting through with the strong bipartisan majority that we
Let me
need.
get this Lucid shit put
The
in.
differences are important, but not enough to derail. But I think there's a bipartisan outcome that's inevitable on the other end of this.
What does it mean for Coinbase in particular? Are individual corporates in the space? Should investors be looking for the spigot getting turned on in the way of R&D or CapEx?
I'll make the giveaway 40 minutes, give people time to get on, get their points in.
At the moment, the biggest headwind that the industry has faced has been regulatory uncertainty.
50K,
So here you have a bipartisan
Lucid,
majority the issuance of dollar-denominated stablecoins. With Congress hopefully very soon also acting to provide clarity around market structure, the regulatory issues to be laid to rest. We'll have a clear federal framework, and all the investment dollars that are sitting out there ready to build the next generation of the financial system will be put to work.
Certainly the result of a lot of, as you've written, a lot of
There we go.
conversations
It started.
with the industry and the government over the past several years. Mario Scherzer, the Coinbase, thank you very much. Good to talk to you.
All right, thank you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Later this hour, $100 million signing bonuses are just the start. OpenAI, Sam Altman accusing Mark Zuckerberg of trying to poach his top talent. That story coming up.
We'll get the latest in the Middle East today. We are live on the ground in Israel as the president reportedly weighs some U.S. military action. That's coming up next.
Nice, nice. That's your funded one, right? Hell yeah.
Not getting the results you expect? Don't use AI trained on any of
Good
your
job.
data when you can use AI trained on your data. The AI built for business. IBM.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative.
I heard they're gonna change some more more stuff coming up. They usually change everything on Friday, so
You can earn up to 90 credits toward a
Yep.
bachelor's for prior learning.
so you
and
might want to
life
get your
and total
payout
experience.
soon.
Why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition, and why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day.
What's that other company? Thrive or whatever? They having such chaos in their Discord. They denied somebody with 25. Yeah, June. CEO. Well, he got kicked out. But yeah, they denied someone 25,000. They fired a couple employees, and they're just banning people on Discord that's complaining about their payouts. Yeah, and their excuse was, "Oh, your payouts got denied because you were cheating," but they don't give you the details. But I don't know. I think it's BS. Yeah, so it's chaotic. So, who was that? Other affiliates were deleting their tweets about, because they were promoting them, so they started deleting everything so they can't get tracked down to them.
Customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better.
Stock investors, learning to use options could improve your returns when stocks rise and turn losing stocks into winning
Yeah,
trades. Our
repost
new
is saying
book
it
can show
started
you
early.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow, on measurable. I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because
Later, buddy.
nothing else out there like it.
Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
My husband, Dean, always worried that his diabetes would keep him from enjoying retirement. But Dexcom G7 has made it easy for Dean to manage his sugar levels and spend more time in range. We're feeling good about the future, wherever it takes us.
With a strong economy, a resilient job market, but potential tariff impacts, the president wants a rate cut. What's the Fed's next move? Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, today 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+. Experience the power of CNBC Pro. All new investing tools, securely linked to your brokerage accounts. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Welcome back. President Trump calling for Iran's unconditional surrender while reportedly weighing potential military action in the Middle East. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is on the ground in Tel Aviv with the latest. Matt.
Yeah, Carl, Sarah, what we're seeing here now is continuing back and forth, but honestly, from the Israeli side of things, the punishment that the Iranians have been meting out over the past couple of days has markedly decreased. We've been about 48 hours without any fatalities and very few injuries, or most of the injuries, it seems like, are coming from people who have injured themselves trying to get to the safe rooms, and also people who are just experiencing anxiety. So, we're not really seeing a sustained punishment on the Iranian side. Now, what the IDF is saying is that that's because they managed complete air superiority very, very early in this conflict. And it's been a couple of days that the Israelis have been saying, we have complete air superiority over Iranian skies, over Tehran and the west of it. So that allows them to continue these attacks. We heard from the IDF today that they've been striking nuclear targets again in and around this area, and that they've managed to basically fly around unmolested for 5 hours, involving 50 different aircraft. So that is a huge level of military dominance, and I think it's one of the reasons why we're starting to see less of an Iranian response over the past couple of days.
Now, what are the Israelis saying about the potential from here when it comes to achieving their mission?
Yeah, well, we've heard various things, days, weeks. It really depends on when they achieve their mission. I mean, we are seeing that the Israelis seem to have, as I said, dominated the skies. And one of the things that I've been hearing is that they have, real-time intelligence. So the intelligence they're acting on now isn't necessarily
intelligence they had before they struck Iran for the first time last Friday. It's intelligence they're gathering on the ground as the conflict proceeds. So that's another thing that's surprising to them. And one of the reasons why it looks as though folks here might be kind of winding up. I mean, we heard from the government today, they've loosened restrictions on most of the parts of Israel, saying that people can essentially just be near a public shelter. They don't have to stay at home. So we very well may see Israelis returning back to work as early as tomorrow. Those restrictions were just lifted 30 minutes ago.
That's a good picture from the ground, Matt. It kind of explains why the markets are breathing a little bit easier today. I appreciate it very much. Good to see you. Matt Bradley, NBC News foreign correspondent. Let's get a news update with Silvana Hanau this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Carl, good morning to you. Well, a major blow for transgender rights today. The Supreme Court just upheld Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender minors. The 6-3 ruling is expected to have broad impact, as 24 other states have enacted similar laws barring gender transition surgery, puberty blockers, and hormone therapy. The court ruled Tennessee's law does not constitute as sex discrimination that would violate the 14th Amendment. The Senate Judiciary Committee is holding a hearing this morning on former President Joe Biden's health. The powerful Republican-led panel is probing whether Mr. Biden was fit to serve as commander-in-chief. Now, the former president has adamantly denied he suffered cognitive decline while in office. And President Trump is adding some personal touches at the White House.
Oh shit, I got my Chipotle. Someone sent me Chipotle. Oh, dude, that's crazy. Newman.
They will stand at the White House for many years to come, Sarah. Okay, Silvana, thank you.
Yeah, Newman sent me $100 for Chipotle. Like, oh my god. Yeah. Shoot, I'm gonna add it in. Get some Chipotle.
Phone calls. They don't circle back. They're already there. They wear business sneakers and pad their keyboards with something that makes their clickety-clackier. But no one loves logistics as much as they do. You need Tamara, Izzy, and Emma. They need a retirement plan. Work with principals so we can help you with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for your team. Let our expertise round out yours.
Silver is at a 10-year high. Goodly Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With a new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Goodly Silver.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options, now advancing phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
Once you have kids, you want to make sure that they're taken care of. I kept putting it off, but finally I searched best online life insurance, and Ethos came up. I was able to get a rate instantly. It's a relief, to be honest.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
New style, new color, new stretching, new feel. New moves.
This is Judy and Pedro. They just bought their first home and are learning a lot. Thanks to Google, Pedro knows more than he wanted to about gravel. Oh, and Judy wouldn't call herself a plumber, but she dabbles.
Wait, how do these things work together? Honey, I think.
So far, since learned one thing about home ownership is that there's a lot to learn. Good thing you can just ask Google.
Welcome back. That dusty old football jersey in your closet could be worth more than you think. Recent report projects the sports memorabilia market is expected to grow to $271 billion by 2034. Our next guest is a major player in the space, one of his businesses, joins us now as he gets set to host Fanatics Fest, a massive gathering of athletes, sports fans, and collectors right here in Manhattan. Joining us at Post 9 is Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin. It's good to have you. Welcome.
Good to be here.
How big of a part of the business is the memorabilia now? Because you have apparel, you have this event business that you're doing, and betting.
Yeah, we have three primary businesses. The first is where we started. We call it Fanatics Commerce. That's the fan gear business. That's about a $7 billion business. Our second business is the Fanatics Sportsbook and gaming. We call it betting and gaming business. That business, we just started less than 20 months ago. People gave us no chance. That'll do close to $1 billion in revenue in year two and growing more than 100% each year. And the third business, the collectibles business, that'll be more than a $3 billion business next year. So growing very quickly. So all in all, we'll be a $12 billion plus company next year and just getting started.
Yeah, one of the biggest in the private world. So you're here promoting Fanatics Fest, which has become a big deal. Is it a marketing opportunity? How do you look at it?
Yeah, for us, look, I think one of the things that I've learned a lot in the last 5 years is we don't want to be big, we want to be beloved. And Fanatics Fest is all about helping fans to look at Fanatics as a beloved company. You know, we did this last year for the first time. We had 70,000 people come to the first Fanatics Fest. This year we're going to have, we've sold over, I think, we're close to 100,000 tickets already. I mean, sports fans from around the world have come to this, and it's really, we're the only company that could have created the sports festival because it takes the relations with all the sports properties. So you need to be able to get the NFL, and NBA, and baseball, and UFC, and WWE, and hockey, and F1, and Premier League, and people get all the sports properties there, but then get all the athletes there. We have 300 plus athletes, many of the biggest athletes you've got LeBron James, Tom Brady, Wemby, KD, Karl Anthony Towns. We moved it from August last year to June this year, so we have all the NFL current players, guys like C.J. Stroud,
What's he
J.D. Daniels,
doing?
Russell Wilson, Michael Parsons. So, I mean, we've got, it's a pretty insane. Jay-Z, Travis Scott, Kevin Hart's doing Coldest Balls live from Fanatics Fest. So, there's
It's like you're sharing all your friends and your private party and with all the Fanatics fans.
This is the hardest thing we do all year, but it's also the funnest thing we do all year. Because when you see the smiles that come on everyone's faces, I remember last year having a dad grab me. He's like, "I've got my father with me, my grandfather, and my son. They had 4 generations together, and people come for 3 days. I mean, there's so much to do here. I don't think. First of all, there's never been a sports festival in the world before. And there's so much to do here. There's 6 different tracks of content you can watch from. If you're a big Yankees fan, watch Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter, a bunch of other Yankees talk about what they did. If you're, a LeBron James fan, he's going to be with LeBron, Kai Cenat, Wemby, and Tom Brady filming an episode of The Shop. If you're a Kevin Hart fan, you've got him doing Wemby. I can't wait to see those 2 guys. They're slightly different size. One's 7'6", one's about 3'6". Definitely very different sized. But it's a super fun weekend. Again, it really gets back to building a beloved relationship with fans.
I was going to say, there must
I'll be back later on Discord voice when the guy comes on. Hey, Gambit.
Right? Yeah. So last year we actually lost $15 million on it the first year. This year we'll still lose money on it. But for us, look, in the scheme of a $12 billion business next year, I'd say it's a pretty small marketing expense. What we measure is fan happiness and then social reach. And the social reach last year was extraordinary. And I'll tell you the amount of stunts we have planned for this year. Like last year, I remember watching Livy Dunn come out dressed as Paul Skeens as her boyfriend, or watching Alex Earl dress up as her boyfriend, or watching Gronk dress up as Brady and Brady's Gronk. And these things were breaking the internet. We have like 10 times the amount of stunts this year. So it's going to be insane.
Yeah, hard to measure that stuff. How's the underlying business doing? The commerce, the apparel business?
Underlying business is really good. I mean, I think in our original business, Fanatics Commerce, that's grown from about $250 million when we got going in 2011 to about $7 billion this year. But really what's changed for us is just we're not, I'd say it's growing nicely. We're just really focused on how do we build the best products and tell the best stories in the world. And I think that's just growing this business in a really nice way. The betting and game business, I think, has been the biggest surprise for people. When we started 2 years ago, I mean, we launched in September of 23. People laughed at us.
It was a duopoly, right?
They said it's a duopoly. You have no chance. We now have 7.5%, 8% of the sports market, and we've been live for 20 months. We've got about 4% of the iGaming market. So we're super excited. We've spent less than $150 million in marketing, but what we did was we launched with a much better value proposition. We said we have to make this better for sports fans. So we said, what can we do to be better? And there were 2 things. One, every time you bet with us, we give you a percentage of that in something called fan cash, and that fan cash allows you to either make more bets, it allows you to get merchandise, you can go to Topps, you can go to Lids, you can get tickets from us at Ticketmaster, you can go to Fanatics Live, Fanatics Collect, so you can use it in our entire ecosystem. We're going to issue $1 billion of fan cash next year, and it all gets redeemed. It's not like a credit card where you issue a lot of these points, but they don't get redeemed. We have like 99% redemption of our fan cash, so people love that. The second thing is we have something called fair play. If your player gets hurt in the first quarter of a game, we actually take them out of the player prop. So we had hundreds of thousands of bets that would have lost that won. So those 2 things kind of make you a sucker if you don't bet with us. Yeah. And so if you're betting on sports, it's a bad decision to not bet with Fanatics Sportsbet, and that value proposition is really working. So that's what we did to be successful, and that's what we're going to do in year 2. $30 billion a handle and $1 billion of revenue. I think people have been surprised, but we haven't been, because we said, how do we make it better for the fan? And then the trading card and collectibles business, the original question you asked me, what we saw was there was so much growth through COVID. You had this big COVID boost, but it had been historically a very cyclical business. And so we looked at the business and said, people thought we were nuts. We went in end of 2020, early 21, to the biggest sports properties in the world and said, we'll guarantee you the high water mark. We'll cut you into all these ancillary businesses, and we're going to start to market the hobby for the first time. We'll innovate the product. And they were kind of like, this is amazing. We have a big company that we know, trust, and love who's going to guarantee us the high water mark, give us a bigger percentage of the revenue, cut us in on all these ancillary businesses like the secondary sale of cards. So that business First year revenue is $500 million in 2022. We'll do over $3 billion next year in 2026.
So you're getting big. I mean, we're
still
here
think
at the stock exchange. You get the question all the time about being. I know you've let
We've
analysts
never had that question before.
Going public.
Wait, you want to ask us about going public?
Well, at some point, aren't you going to get too big?
Yeah, look, first of all, we feel like a startup, and we run the business that way. Like, even though we are going to be $12 billion of revenue next year, and we have 22,000, team members, like, I run this like a startup every day, and I think that keeps us sharp and paranoid on our toes. And by the way, we do a lot of things well, and there's a lot of things we don't do well. There's a lot of things we need fixed. There are a lot of things we need to be better at, and we're always listening to fans. By the way, one of the greatest things about fans, at Fanatics Fest, I take anyone who's negative toward us. I actually, they take a group of detractors. I meet them each day, and I love it. I don't want to hear about the tens of millions of people that are positive. I want to hear about the 1,000 people that are negative. We look at that.
Who's negative?
How can we? People are saying, like, I met a guy. It was an amazing meeting. We brought in 6 negative people a couple months ago. The guy's like, look, I'm a die-hard Eagles fan. I spend $10,000 to $20,000 a year with you. He said, I exclusively bet with your sports book. He said, I bought 90 jerseys from you at $400, only by Authentics. He said, and 90% come right, but 10% come wrong. Like 10%, there's an issue. He says, I don't mind if an issue, but I want to make sure I have a concierge when I call. Why does someone who spend $10,000 to $20,000 a year not have a concierge? I left there, called the CEO and said, we're starting concierge right away. Right. But no, get him for any customer of that level, because he is a super 1% customer. So listening to your fans is so important. And for us, look, we think we can be one of the most important consumer companies in the world. We think we can be the most valuable company in sports. We feel like we're just getting started. And I think remember, I only took over as CEO in summer of 2021. That's when we expanded from the commerce business to commerce, collectibles, and betting and gaming. We think, nothing but growth ahead of us. As far as to answer your question, not deflect, which I know you want me to.
We'll have another version of it.
Yeah. So look, we will. Look, I think it's very likely that we'll be a public company in the mid to long term. It's not something we're focused on the short term. We've never, like, any of the rumors that we're thinking about it are all false, made up, not true, BS. We're focused right now on building, 3 incredible businesses that all come together that take care of the fan in the best way. And the most important thing I want to do is build a beloved business, because big is easy, beloved is hard. You build beloved by being great and taking care of your fans. And again, that's what we are obsessed with doing. And so, do I think we're eventually a public company? Yes. Do I think, something that we're focused on today? It's not.
Is it going to happen before your old partner, Jamie Salter, goes public with Authentic Brands? That's my real question.
I have no idea.
You guys sold your business together.
Look, I don't know what Jamie's plans are as far as going public. I think Jamie's running a great business. I watched him, each of us grew up in the closeout business. We used to buy and sell closeouts together and to each other, and I watched him go from that to building a company with, owns, some of the most important brands in the world. It's tens of billions of dollars of revenue, substantially more than $1 billion in profit. So he's done a great job. But to me, what I always want to do is we all push each other up. And so I want him to build a business that makes tens of billions of dollars in profit, not, $1 billion, $1.5 billion in profit. And we want to do the same thing, but most importantly, we want to take care of our fans.
Michael Rubin, thank you very much. It's really good to have you here.
Honored to be with you guys.
Thanks for coming in, man.
Absolutely.
Still ahead, $100 million bonuses. OpenAI Sam Altman taking on another tech giant in Mark Zuckerberg, accusing Meta of trying to poach its top talent. We'll get that story on the other side of this break.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
3 meetings and 3 stops today. There's just never enough time. If you've ever considered flying private jets, you have to check out One Flight's badge. The badge makes searching and booking private jets as simple as booking a hotel. Just type in your location and find the closest airport. Then choose from over 4,000 jets in one place. When I land, there's always a car waiting for me, courtesy of One Flight. What's your time worth?
Book your private jet instantly.
My name is Mike Hammond, founder of Cigna Relief. Much of my career has been working in construction. I love outdoors and horses. That active lifestyle is what has caused my body to hurt. I didn't want to let this affect my family or my life, and that's what motivated me to create a team to build the Signal Relief Patch, clinically proven to reduce the impact of pain. The patch is a game changer. No creams, no pills, no wires. The patch is reusable, and there's a real money-back guarantee. Whether it's your neck, back, knee, shoulder, or just aches and pains, this patch can give you your life back. When I gave my best friend a patch with tears in his eyes, he said it was the first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds of thousands who found relief. I'm asking you to try the Signal Relief Patch today by going to our website. If you're thinking about buying, it means you need one. You have nothing to lose. I promise the patch works.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
At Odyssey Trust, we're more than just a transfer agent. We're on a mission to deliver peace of mind by making things simple, fast, and easy. We're proud to be the trusted partner of over 1,000 clients in Canada and the United States.
Michael lost 20 pounds with LifeMD.
I've always wanted to lose weight, but I never figured out the right way to do it. I did a cleanse, and I said, I can't do this anymore. I asked a couple buddies, I said, how do I lose this weight? And the guy goes, LifeMD. Got on the computer immediately, and probably the easiest thing I've ever done. The medication comes in the mail, and it's very easy to use. I've been able to live my normal lifestyle, and I've lost 20 pounds already. I now come home, spend time with my kids, and I've never felt better. Changed my life.
Check your eligibility in minutes at getlifemd.com.
Never miss a moment.
The reconciliation bill will not only give certainty to the markets about the extension of the current tax regime that exists, but it also adds new stimulus.
I would expect inflation on a year-over-year basis this year to shoot up to at least 3% or slightly over because of the tariffs.
People's anticipation is like things are going to get worse, but they haven't gotten worse.
OpenAI CEO Sam Altman not mincing words in this new appearance on his brother's podcast, accusing Mark Zuckerberg and Meta of trying to poach his employees because the company's struggling to achieve breakthroughs in AI. Our Deirdre Bosa digs in for today's Tech Check once again, talking about Sam Altman, Dee.
Yep, he is not afraid to beef with almost anyone in the field. And really, the AI talent wars, they're not just getting personal, but they're becoming very, very public. So OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, he says that Meta is trying to poach his top engineers, offering what he called $100 million sign-on bonuses as Zuckerberg builds his superintelligence team. Now, Altman claims that none of his best people took the deals. A source tells me, though, that this isn't just a flex. This is a strategic move to publicly raise the comp benchmark and dare Meta to match it, while also throwing shade on the talent that they have hired and deter anyone good from leaving without this insane guaranteed comp. Now, Altman is also setting the stakes around purpose. He says OpenAI has the best shot at building superintelligence, and he's positioning the company as mission-first, innovation-led, culturally superior to big tech.
I think that people sort of look at the two paths and say, all right, OpenAI's got a really good shot, a much better shot at actually delivering on superintelligence. And also may eventually be the more valuable company.
Now, meanwhile, elite AI talent, it is churning faster than ever. Part of that is this unheard of comp to move, even if it's not $100 million. I've heard of it reaching triple figures, 6-digit figures, I should say. No, 9-digit. Geez, these numbers are getting out of hand. I'm also hearing increasingly about burnout in AI culture, 7-day work weeks, constant benchmarking, pressure to ship and out-innovate. Now, not everyone is taking the same approach. When I sat down with Databricks CEO Ali Ghodsi last week, who's very much competing in the talent wars, he said the real edge might actually be sustainability.
I really think it has to be sustainable. You have to be able to do it for 10 years. Are you working at a pace that's going to sustain for 10 years? Because this AI race is not over in 6 months or in a year. So is that how you want? And if you burn yourself out, there's no recovery from it. Or it takes a long time.
Now, this kind of burnout culture I hear is happening both within startups and big tech. In some high-profile cases, though, founders who left big tech to build on their own, they've moved back, like Noam Shazira at Google, Mustafa Suleyman to Microsoft.
And never mind a $100 million signing bonus, Zuckerberg paid billions to bring Scale AI CEO Alexander Wang into Meta's fold. And of course, I think you guys were talking about this earlier, what OpenAI, billions again, paid for Johnny Ive.
Right. I thought that was funny, considering he was going after Zuckerberg for paying so much to take talent. Thank you, Deirdre Bosa. Coming up, the IPO market remains hot. 2 more debuts to watch on the NASDAQ this morning. We're going to get a look at those indications as we get closer to some first trades. Don't go anywhere.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
A vacation starts with how you get there. A private jet experience from One Flight's Badget. You've got to see this. Plug in your itinerary, search from over 5,000 planes, pay, and you're on your way. Nothing better than a personalized meal on board.
It should be a beautiful day in the Bahamas, Mr. Hershevak. We should be landing in about 20 minutes.
A great vacation always starts with your flight experience.
Book your private jet instantly.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Once you have kids, you want to make sure that they're taken care of. I kept putting it off, but finally I searched best online life insurance, and Ethos came up. I was able to get a rate instantly. It's a relief, to be honest.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here at BK. Bold, juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame at Burger King. How to Train Your Dragon, only in theaters.
Welcome back. The IPO market getting hotter. 2 more companies seeing high demand ahead of their public debuts this morning. Christina Partsinevelos is at the NASDAQ as we get closer to some opening trades, Christina.
And we are getting closer. I've been told 5 minutes, but 5 minutes in this world could be 15. And like you said, we're watching 2 fresh IPOs making their debuts today. Both are showing solid early momentum. Caris Life Sciences, trading under the ticker CAI, is indicating right now, I've been told, around $26 per share. That's what they're discussing right behind. You can see that big screen, which which is a nice pop from its a $21 IPO price. And this is a cancer diagnostic company. It still has a few more minutes or so in the pre-market as they work to match buyers and sellers. That's what Chris is doing just in the screen behind me. Caris raised about $494 million by pricing 23.5 million shares at 21 bucks each. That was above their previously planned range. The offering puts the company's valuation at roughly just shy of $6 billion based on outstanding shares. CEO and founder David Dean Halbert was on the network earlier explaining how they've built a database of almost 850,000 unique cases with extensive genetic data. They're using AI to enhance cancer diagnosis, as well as help identify proteins that drug manufacturers can target. But Caris isn't flying solo here today at the NASDAQ. You also have Slide Insurance and some existing shareholders that pulled in $408 million, pricing 24 million shares at 17 bucks, again, above their initial range, much like Caris. That ticker is SLDE. It's indicating right now, I've been told, at $21.30, so another strong early showing. These deals, though, are part of a much bigger story that we're tracking. IPO activity. It's absolutely surging this year. You can see on your screen just the green bar on your right. We've already seen about 140 IPOs in 2025, according to FactSet, putting us well ahead of any year in the past decade, except for the outlier year in 2021, where we hit north of about 500 deals. What's particularly interesting here is that both Caris and Slide represent specialized sectors, biotech and insurtech, that have essentially gone quiet during the macro uncertainty and just over the last few years. The fact that both priced above their revised ranges signals there's a real post-roadshow demand out there for these quality stories in the space. Sarah? And Carl?
Oh, okay, Christina, thank you very much. All eyes this afternoon on the Fed, and I know we were joking earlier about the president's nickname for Powell, Too Late Powell. The big question this afternoon is going to be whether the 2 rate cuts almost that are priced in for the rest of the year still are at the end of the day, after the news conference and after the dots.
We'll know a little more in a couple of hours. Let's get to the judge.
Carl, thanks very much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, the outlook for stocks on this very important Fed day. We'll discuss what investors would most like to hear from Chair Powell this afternoon. Joining me for the hour today, Joe Terranova, Bill Baruch, Kevin Simpson, Steve Weiss, and also with us from Washington as he gets ready for the big Fed meeting today and the news conference is Steve Leisman. There he is. He's ready. He's ready. Trust me. Let's check the markets here. We're green across the board as we look here, Joe. BTIG's Jonathan Krinsky says the potential for a pullback is elevated. Tom Lee says stocks are going to rally post FOMC. What do you think?
So I think as we move towards the end of the second quarter and mid-year, you have this looming battle between resiliency and complacency. Do we have a resilient market, or is there too much complacency in the market?
It can be both.
I'm in the
we do have a resilient market. You could still have complacency.
Well, but think about from a perspective of positioning. If you're in the I don't think you can be in both camps in terms of positioning. I'm in the resiliency camp. I think this is a resilient market, and we continue to march higher towards the all-time highs. The problem and the challenge, as I see it when I do the analysis for myself, is now we're heading into a moment in the calendar where you lose the buybacks. You know that the 90-day extension on the tariffs, that's coming to ultimately an end. And then you have this FOMC meeting this afternoon. And I think that everyone is really treating this meeting with a degree of, oh, okay, it's just going to be a boring meeting. Nothing's really going to happen. If Chairman Powell really has a hawkish position, and I can't see why he would move towards a dovish position, if he remains hawkish, I just don't see that being good for markets.
I don't know why he would remain hawkish, Bill. You know, you get jobless claims are elevated. You've had some data points that are weak. Retail sales, biggest drop since March 23. Now you could say, well, that's all pull forward, and maybe it is. We get it. Home builder sentiment is bad. It remains such, even as rates have started to come down a little bit. What do you want to hear today?
I think he has a reason to go dovish. I think the city surprise indexes continue to come down, lowest since 2023. But more importantly for me is the Michigan consumer one-year inflation expectations. Now, it is a politically divided survey, and it was leading with the Democrats. It was very high, elevated to 7.3%. And I called that a cycle high. I've been calling that a cycle high for a bit. That May number was revised down to 6.6. The June number just came in at 5.3. And this is important because the Fed believes inflation consumer inflation expectations are a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I think they do believe that amidst tariffs, that inflation could become unhinged because of those expectations, and it's coming down now.
Yeah, I don't see how he, maybe he does, I don't know, but the economic surprise index, the most negative so far this year.
Agreed.
I mentioned the data points.
Agreed.
Inflation readings of late have been pretty good.
Okay.
So why do you think he would be hawkish in the face of all of that?
Because we still have looming tariffs, and now we have a conflict in the Middle East in which we don't know the result. We don't know where oil price is ultimately going to go. So he has that uncertainty in front of him. I'm not sure his disposition can move towards being dovish. I think that the eco data is suggesting that he should make that pivot towards being dovish. I see that we have an economy that is beginning to slow from a higher level, but I think there is too much uncertainty in terms of the policy in front of him for him to move in that direction.
I don't even know if uncertainty equates to being hawkish. It just is what it is. What do you think?
I mean, I can make a case that we're already too restrictive and that we should be cutting this week. Now, that's not going to happen, and I in no way, shape, or form am expecting that because of the tariffs, because of the bump in oil. But if not for that, you look at this market and you can make a great case that we should at least be having the conversation about rate cuts. We also get a dot plot this week, which will be super exciting for those of you at home that pay attention. And if that's only one cut in the dot plot, I think the market's going to be very, very negative. If it's two, I doubt it would be a positive catalyst. I think that's already priced in.
Yeah, well, we are going to get the outlook, so that's going to be key. Steve Weiss joining us today from the hole in Alcatraz, obviously. Nice backdrop. What did you do to get put in there, Weiss?
You know, I'm actually sitting in the office of one of our portfolio companies, Nibble Robotics, that's fully automated
Do they
warehouse.
make bricks?
They don't make bricks, but they have very austere, which we like to see from companies, not building monuments, but working out of austere surroundings. So what you don't see is the 100 engineers working here. But here's
All right, we'll take your word for it.
Yeah, here's a data point that hasn't come through. Nimble's cost for aluminum, which they used to source.
Hey, you guys ready? Let me pick the winners. Hold on. Got caught up with that prop firm shutting down, but let's see who's gonna win. 1 second. I mean, you need 10 points to win, okay? Alright, let's pick the winner. First one is... Nice, I know you got 10 points. Please tell me you got 10 points. Hold on. Let me check. You don't have any points. No. Yeah, he can't win because he didn't have the points. Hold on, let me make sure. I think I tapped in the name wrong. Yeah, he only got 4 points. I'm sorry, dude. So sorry. I gotta tell him in Discord.
This is a market that just has pure momentum. It's got momentum in basically every sector. We're seeing.
Let me pick another winner. I'm sorry, dude. Next one is LSJN. Let me see, who is that? You got 16 points. You won. I just need Twitter, if you're still here. If not, I gotta pick someone else.
The status quo comment implies that we could hear uncertainty and patience a lot today as Steve Lee's been sitting in.
I'll pick a new winner if he's not here.
So what do you think on the number of times we're going to hear uncertainty or
what bot
today, Steve?
I think it was 9 in the last one, but I just love this conversation. You, Scott, just engineered.
Oh, he is here. I hear him say thanks. Okay. Just need your Twitter info, dude, and I'll give you the code.
You had guys like you, Wapner, who said, hey, Look at the claims number, look at the housing number. How can we not be cutting?
Congrats, guys.
People come back and say, yeah,
We do my funded futures tomorrow. There's only one winner on the stream, and I gave out like I think 4 on Twitter already. And we do 2 my funded futures tomorrow. 50K starter.
The core PCE went up by 0.3, real GDP went down by 0.4, and what they do with the funds rate? Well, they kept it unchanged, 3.9%. One other thing that I'm going to be looking at today, Scott, we don't talk a lot about this.
No, just one winner today. 2 winners tomorrow.
How certain or confident is the Fed? If you look at their own measure of what they say they don't know, or their own measure of confidence, in their, for example, their core PCE number, take a look here. The number is 0.89. That's their uncertainty, where 1 is maximum uncertainty. 1 means that every official is more uncertain than usual. Whereas they're just a tick below they were with the pandemic. They're a tick above where they were during the great financial crisis. When do you think the Fed's going to cut? Well, watch when that number comes down, when the Fed gets more clear about the outlook. So I would say if the president wants the Fed chair to cut, maybe call him stupid less and create more clarity in the tariff outlook and the regime more.
Well, just that, what you showed, that chart just underscores why some think that the dot plot in and of itself, or even right now, is comical, because it virtually means nothing. Like, what difference does it make that you have
I got it. Thank you.
Fed person saying, well, we have 2 cuts
Twitter.
coming this year. Well, at the same time, you've got Powell saying 4,000 times uncertainty, patience.
I got you, buddy.
How can you have both this?
What you want to know, Scott, and that's why we are able to do interviews with Fed officials, when we talk publicly, is what underlies that outlook. When they say 2 rate cuts, is it expecting that the tariff inflation will pass through the economy, be a one-time event? Is it an expectation that the job market will weaken? Is it an expectation that they need to get back to neutral? Or will there be something more that they need to do here? And that's why I think...
I gave him the code, so we're good. We're all good. Alright, I'm gonna see you guys later. Good luck.
You had claims tick up 240, 250. That's a